he also be the first centurion for Essex on this ground. I'll tell you that.
And welcome back to the Arundel Castle Cricket Ground for day 3 of this Bob Willis Trophy match between Hampshire and Essex. Decimated by rain so far. 133 overs in total have been lost over the 2 days. No play day 1, 47 overs in day 2, in which Essex, who were given first choice to bat on this wicket yesterday morning when the toss of the coin was finally made. They were resumed this morning on 146 for 2, with Alistair Cook on 75 not out, and Jamie Porter, the night watchman, yet to get off the mark. Your commentary team this today is myself, Kevin James. From BBC Radio Essex, it's Nick Gledhill, and we got from the Southern Vipers, Emily Windsor, back with us once more. The sun is shining, which is not something we've seen a lot of, although to be fair, it has shone quite a bit over the 3 days, but wet patches in certain areas have caused a few problems, and of course in between that it has actually rained. But we're okay for the moment. I think we're having a shower at some point just after lunch. We'll wait and see what effect that has, but let's enjoy the morning session while we can, as Holland opens the bowling, and it's to Alistair Cook, who leaves that alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. So we're underway, 146 for 2. The weather forecast tomorrow is not particularly good, so quite where we're going to go with this game over the next 2 days is very difficult to tell. A lot of these 4-day games, if you get a decent fourth day, then you can set something up if you're not very far in to the game. But when you don't know if you're going to play or not very much on day 4, then it's very difficult. So one would think that this game might just play out as it's playing out and no more. That's pushed back to the bowler by Alistair Cook, and there is no run. I'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Solent listeners on the south coast on all frequencies shortly, and then Nick Gledhill will be joining me shortly. Emily Windsor will be on from about 11:45 for about an hour, so make a note of that if you're Emily Windsor fans. If you're Nick Gledhill fans, he'll be with you in a few minutes. If you're fans of mine, then great, I'm here. As that's pushed up to mid-off, and there is no run. If you're fans of Dave Allen, he's here. He's operating the scoreboard for us. Not the scoreboard for the ground, but the scoreboard for us, because we can't see the main ground scoreboard. It's got a wasp just hanging around me. It won't go away. Go away. There we go, it's gone. So anyway, he's here and operating the board, a lovely whiteboard. You can tell he was a school teacher. Here's Holland again outside the off stump, and that's left alone once more. Holland beginning with figures of 13 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 16. He got Paul Walter yesterday, caught at first slip by Tom Alsop for 43. The other wicket that fell last night, Tom Wesley got one that turned from Mason Crane. Bowled well last night, Mason Crane. Caught behind for 18. Those are the 2 wickets that have fallen so far. So not a lot of cricket, and we're effectively halfway through this game. Here's Holland from the castle end, and again it's outside the off stump, and again left alone by Sir Alistair Cook. Spoke to Ryan Stevenson, the Hampshire bowler, last night, and he said this wicket is very much slower than the one that Hampshire beat Surrey last week, when that was also rain ruined, but he said there was a little bit more pace in that pitch. This one, not so much, which of course would make it difficult for the game to move forward quite quickly. Holland again, and this time Cook does play at that one, and it's pushed out towards extra cover. And here's the update for Solent listeners. It's coming up right now. Cricket ground in West Sussex. Yes, we've had one over this morning. It was a maiden bowl to Sir Alistair Cook from Ian Holland. So Essex resumed this morning on 146 for 2. We've lost 133 overs in this game so far. The rain has certainly ruined it, and it's not a great forecast tomorrow, so it's difficult to see where we'll get a result. But we got some play. That's the important thing. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app. It's going to be Mason Crane to open the bowling from the park end. And we'll keep an eye on the test match as well, of course, from the Aegeus Bowl. And Pakistan following on in that game. And it's going to be Mason Crane then with figures this morning of a 1 for 8 from 7 overs.
Thank you, David. We're talking about work in this hour of the show. It's the phone in between now and 12 o'clock.
So that's the first delivery outside off stump. And so Crane it is. He's got a silly mid off. And here he is again then. Bowls. And well forward there, Porter. And so I'm just trying to get the stuff off my ears. Here he is again. Oh, it's a low full toss, which is hammered up to mid-off, but it's fielded by Fuller. And there is no run. Done. Right, okay, that's all sorted, so we can get back to normal. And Crane at the top of his mark comes in and bowls from our commentary end then, and bowls, and it's slightly short. I think that might just be in the googly there, as Porter was trying to give himself some room. The ball followed him, played out on the offside. And there is no run. So no runs yet this morning. We're into the second over. Essex 146 for 2. Nick Gledhill joining me shortly. You can get in touch with us. That's Own Sport, as always. That's turned away. Porter gets his first run through square leg. And Essex 147 for 2. Remember these two top the South Group. Essex in at top, 3 wins from 3. Hampshire 2 wins from 3, having lost their first game to Sussex, and played pretty well since then. Middlesex and last week Surrey, the visitors here. That's the end of the over. 2 overs gone, 1 run early this morning. 147 for 2. Nick Gledhill.
Yeah, morning to you, Kevin. It's great to have a prompt start. We've got a little bit of blue sky at the moment even, but a mixture of light and darker cloud, and the forecast certainly suggesting that it could be an on and off day. Just a bit frustrating, I think. We couldn't start at 10:30. There's been talk about the test match starting earlier, and you would have thought, particularly with no crowds to have to worry about, that a 10:30 start on a bright sunny morning might have been the order of the day today here to try and maximise playing time, but we haven't quite got that flexibility yet, but I'm glad we've got a prompt start at 11 anyway. Yes,
it's lovely to see, Nick. It's such a shame when you come to grounds like this and you spend most of the time, well, you can enjoy the views, that's for sure, but we should be playing loads of cricket on grounds like this. There's many grounds around the country, Nick. I'd be happy not watching too much cricket. This isn't one of them.
Well, that's right. It depends on what other facilities you've got nearby sometimes. I remember we had quite a wet sort of 4 days at Taunton for that decider against Somerset last year, but at least you're just a very short walk from the town centre, and the first thing I bought was an umbrella. Right, here's Holland up to the wicket, bowls to Porter, and he's leaves it alone outside the off stump, and there is no run. And Holland very, very accurate. I think it's 14 overs now for 16 runs. So he certainly has been the model of consistency. Slow pitch, and I think Essex just looking to, realistically from this game, up the top, consolidate their position, get a decent haul of batting points, see if they can make some inroads into the Hampshire innings. But given the forecast tomorrow, Kevin, it'd be very surprising if we get a positive result in this game, although I suppose you didn't expect one last time out against Surrey.
No, I agree. There's not too many games that you can get a result in where you play it normally in such a short amount of time.
Here is Holland moving towards us, bowls to the right-handed Porter, who'll be looking to settle in for a Jason Gillespie type innings here as night watchman. Plays that up towards mid-off, and no run. I saw a tweet from Jason Gillespie welcoming Zach Crawley to the 200 club. Of course, he is a member of it, so quite rightly so, as a night watchman, of course.
Yes. What a time he's had of it, eh?
Yeah, he's I think leaving Sussex. Zach Crawley, though, amazing, as here is Holland bowling, and it's played defensively by Porter up towards cover, and there's no run. Of course, one of the interesting comments that was just put out there during that innings was, had Ben Stokes been fit, would he even have been playing in this Test match? Zach Crawley. And it's worth thinking about, because of course he was left out a little bit earlier in the summer.
It's all about taking your opportunities,
which
Nick.
He has done. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket and a square leg and a fine leg, and Porter looking very secure and settling in for the long haul here, plays it up toward mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, it's a pretty slow pitch. Certainly one where Essex will feel comfortable in terms of thinking they can get a decent total, but the hard work might be taking the 20 wickets and of course the time they've got available. But given the overall position in the group, a draw would not be a bad result for Essex.
Gosh, no.
Here's Holland again, bowls and has played off the back foot. Nice stroke by Porter, probably for 2, going down towards the third man boundary. It will be cut off, and just about hauled in. They've managed to come back for a third because the fielder just over bouncing and going over the boundary rope. So Porter getting a 3 for a nice stroke just backward of square on the offside. Stevenson running back, hauled it in, but actually just stumbled a little bit, went over the boundary rope, and they got back for the third run. So useful runs for Jamie Porter, 150 for 2.
And I was just looking at the table, actually 16 points separate these two sides, first and second.
Have Hampshire got Kent in the last game?
At Canterbury.
Yeah, and Kent are going well, aren't they? With I think their batting is going to be quite strong in the first 2 months of next season, you know, with Crawley and Denley back in the fold. It could be a bit of a dark horse next year. Here is Holland going round the wicket and outside the off stump and left alone by Cook. So Essex, no early alarms, first 3 overs. Nice stroke from Porter in that over. And we don't have sight of a scoreboard here, but we can more or less monitor things as we go along. So 100, I think we're right in saying 150 for 2, with Porter there on 4 and Cook on 75.
Yeah, Dave's spot on. Don't worry about that, Nick. You can take your eyes off anything. Just keep your eye on that scoreboard, because Dave is a master at it.
Now, I even managed to say that without realising that was there, so I'll get a bit of extra credit now. No, so at least I got that right. So we've got the first call of a score right, and we've got our own scoreboard.
Yeah. Having our own scorer now, gosh.
Our own scorer. You often get your own scorer, but very rarely your own scoreboard. So,
well, you have your own scorer at Essex.
We do.
Which is always nice. But
I haven't seen him yet this campaign.
Here's Crane, bowling to Porter. Leaves that alone outside the off stump. Got a bit of turn yesterday, Mason Crane. Slow turn, but there was enough to get Wesley the outside edge.
Done okay, hasn't he, Mason Crane? Hasn't played every game, has he? But he's made quite a good impression so far.
Yeah,
I wonder if he quite likes this pitch.
Well, this is his home sort of turf, really. That's flighted and that's driven. Thick outside edge, but safe through to point where there's a man out on the boundary. So just a single. That'll be 151 for 2.
I have to say that Essex do have their usual informed spinner. Who's been doing pretty well, Mr. Harbour.
Who?
Of course, you've probably heard of him. But even he will find it hard work with the playing time left, and Essex still with obviously a lot of runs to add to get 14 wickets or so in this one.
Well, I don't know, Nick. You've seen him bowl loads. As Crane bowls and Cook's on the back foot, steers that back to the bowler. I'm sure there's been lots of times where you thought Essex are running out of time to win this, and somehow Farmer's found a way.
Well, yes, and Essex just generally in that last game against Hove, where the batting failed in the first innings, and mainly thanks to Dan Lawrence, who was back in the side. They got over the line. Here's
Crane again, flighted. Cook drives, and that's gone out into the covers. Stevenson comes in off the boundary, away to our right, 152 for 2.
So we just have to hope, I think, that the showers stay away. We've got 1 or 2 rain radars to have a look at what might be coming, but it's just a question of there not being too heavy showers, because this ground does not like any amount of heavy rain. I think we know that already. Yeah,
that's for sure. Yeah, 1 or 2 wet areas which will cause the problem. Porter's on the back foot. It hits Joe Weatherly at short leg. Fortunately, no problems there. It's hit him on the boot.
And it is a lovely tree-lined venue, tricky to find. I think I probably have been here at one time, but I think the first time you come it is quite tricky to find. But not a lot of signposts, and even then when you get to them they are quite small. But a few windy turns and you get here.
It's beautiful though. It's worth it, isn't it?
Yes.
Porter plays forward, or I think that might have been in the air. It sort of hit Weatherly rather than a chance of a catch. Just rebounded out behind square on the leg side, and Porter will pick up a single. End of the over. No single. It got turned back, actually.
Yes.
So that is the end of the over. Dave's actually keeping count of the overs remaining as well. He's given himself so much to do on that whiteboard. It's scary. I'm going to tweet it, actually, what we're looking at with Dave scoring, and I'll put that at Solent Sport.
And it's the most up-to-date scorecard to be available, probably. At the moment, the rain is passing actually west to east across the English Channel. Quite a heavy belt of rain, but it's not going to hit us at the moment. It's actually going across the English Channel, so that's the first bit of encouraging news. It's a question of trying to miss out on as much of this rain as possible. We are going to get some, but at the moment we're avoiding the worst, which is to the south of us, as Holland bowls. That's a nice delivery, which, well, Cook, I think, is beaten by that. He was just playing at it and beaten outside the off stump. So Holland, the model of accuracy, and certainly made a very good impression. And I think Hampshire, because they could still get out of this group. Looking at, it's going to be a question, obviously, of Essex not winning the last game and Hampshire winning. In fact, probably Essex losing the last game, I would have thought. But I think they'll be, without Dawson for all but half a game and Vince throughout, I think they'll be fairly pleased with what they've achieved so far in this competition. As Holland bowls, and Cook with a nice little back cut gets that away for 2, going out towards the deep square cover boundary. Long run round in front of the trees there, and they get back for the second run. So, as in the old style, the scorer looks for the relevant figure, which is a 4, 154 for 4. But he finds it. He's got a 4 somewhere, and he's managed to find it. It's Dave Allen, who's... was he commentating and doing this yesterday, or just...
No, Emily was here yesterday, and Robbie James, no relation, was here on Saturday. No, Dave's just helping us out.
Here is Holland again, bowling to Cook, who plays a nice stroke off the pads down to Stevenson at fine leg. In fact, he'll be a touch annoyed there, Cook, because he's hit it straight to the fielder. If he'd hit that squarer, it was so well timed, it probably would have gone for 4. So we'll be looking out to see if Jimmy can get his 6. I think he's on 598, isn't he, at the moment, Jimmy? He got that late wicket. So that comical episode where everyone was dropping catches yesterday, and Dominic Best said that no one could see. I don't know what the lights. It was an issue with the lights at the Cheers, but certainly the most comical moment was Stuart Broad getting a run out off the same drop catch, and Jimmy Anderson still not being at all impressed. That was quite amusing. 155 for 2, because it didn't count, of course, in his column, as this is Porter just covering up and playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah,
I watched the highlights, and Jimmy Anderson's face was a picture while those catches were going down. And then even the last one, which was caught by Sibley, I think, to wrap up the Pakistan first innings, he still looked as though it had gone down and been dropped. It's almost as if to say, at last, somebody has held on to one off my bowling.
Well, I've been advocating that Dan Lawrence perhaps ought to be batting at number 3 to give himself a chance of playing for England. Probably ought to be saying number 4 now, as this is played off the back foot by Porter out towards backward point, and there's no run, because, arguably Root looks the most vulnerable, and he's the captain. I mean, they were talking yesterday that England are going to have some decisions to make. They probably want their best keeper in the subcontinent against the spinners. That would be Folkes. And they've got Stokes to fit back into the side as well, so they've got a lot of pegs to fit into the various holes at the moment in terms of selection, so it's going to be interesting to see what route they go down. 2 slips waiting, and we've got 5 saving 1, a fine leg on the boundary, and here is Holland bowling a loose delivery, which Porter goes on the leg glance, misses out on it, and it goes through to keeper McManus. I'm just thinking, actually, from the Essex point of view, Porter will be delighted to get a lot of runs, but he's not a quick scorer, and in terms of progressing the game, actually an early wicket, if Porter were to be out, probably wouldn't be the worst thing for Essex, given the lack of playing time available. 155 for 2.
Well, I agree. As I say, it's difficult to know where to get a result here. If you've got a 4th day where you've got pretty much the whole day, you can set something up, but when you're not actually sure how much you're going to play, if anything, how do you set something up? So it literally is now, today, you would think, a chance for Essex to get as many bonus points as they can. So he's got a big part to play, Jamie Porter, if he's going to be batting for a while.
Yes, he'll relish it. He's in good form with the ball at the moment.
So here's Mason Crane then, bowling to Alistair Cook, who hammers that away, although doesn't time it, and it's well stopped by Kame at mid-wicket, diving to his left. No, it's Tom Alsop, tell a lie.
Cook will take his time. all accounts batted very nicely yesterday.
Did, yeah.
And enjoying his stint. A fairly brief stint, of course, back in the 4-day game.
Added 4 runs this morning so far. Alistair Cook whips that away, and Tom Alsop again diving to his left, an even better stop this time. Keeps Alistair Cook on strike. Sir Alistair Cook. Just to sound a bit more dramatic. Do you go around saying Sir Alistair Cook?
Well, I had a discussion with Adrian Harms, our colleague from Sussex, about this.
Here's Crane again, and this time he finds the gap to Alsop's left. There is a man out at deep mid-wicket, single, 156 for 2.
He picked up on the fact I was occasionally and every now and again calling him Sir Alistair Cook and was saying, should I do the same? I said, well, don't worry, because I don't do it all the time. And then I think when there was one occasion where he possibly dropped a catch and we decided that couldn't possibly have happened. Someone at the night of the run won't drop slip catches, but we don't think it was a chance.
Sun's disappeared for the moment as Crane bowls. Porter pushing forward, thick outside edge to backward point. I think it's only courteous to say Sir Alistair Cook.
Yeah,
what's the point in being knighted?
As often as possible, realistically possible, we'll do it.
I feel they must. There's not too many sirs I know, really. So I think it's quite nice to be able to say that from time to time. Mason Crane bowls and Cook Porter just turns that into the ground, fielded at short leg. Harry Kane's in there this time at short leg. Looks like Joe Weatherly's having a bit of a break already.
Interesting to see Ben Folkes 93 not out in his return to the Surrey side. That'll be a well-received 100 if he can get it. Started there, 245 for 7 Surrey, 97 behind Kent.
There's Crane again. Oh, he's coming forward, wrapped on the pad. That's close. Not out, says Billy Taylor. And that is the end of the over, 156 for 2. Several ways you can listen to us, of course, via the BBC Sport website. Also, this game is being live streamed by Hampshire, and of course, Essex will be taking the live stream as well. So go to their websites. Or, if you want this to make sure that the commentary and the live stream is synced, you can go to your app store, download the Hampshire Cricket app, which is free, and that guarantees that the stream and our commentary is synced at the same time.
At the moment, well, there's just little bits of blue sky. Most of the cloud is quite heavy looking, potentially shower bearing, but forecasters say is for showers more or less hit and miss at any time of the day. Key thing is for this ground to miss the worst of them, and hopefully we'll get a reasonable chunk of play in, which will be good to see. I have to say, not a great forecast tomorrow, or indeed I'm afraid for the first Essex T20 game on Thursday afternoon. And normally that would be a bit concern in terms of refunds for spectators, but at least no one's got to worry about that. As here is Holland coming into bowl to Cook, who plays a nice stroke, and it's partially stopped at mid-on. And there's 1 instead of 4 because that was quite nicely timed. The northeast got across and at least got a hand to it and made sure that it didn't go to the boundary. But looking in good form early on here, Sir Alistair Cook settling in. So certainly we are anticipating showers, but at the moment they're passing to the south of us.
Good.
So long may that continue. Also means they're playing in a test match. Interestingly, one place they're not playing is Taunton, as this is a good-looking drive actually from Porter. He'll be very pleased with that shot, but disappointed with the result, which has gone straight to mid-wicket. That was a fine stroke. He really did time that. Yeah, Somerset and Gloucestershire. Now, Somerset, of course, had a draw from a almost sort of impossible position not to get a draw, but the weather held them up in their last game, and I wonder if the same thing could be true here. Gloucestershire had a terrible day yesterday, 14 for 3. Any sort of amount of playing time and Somerset will win that game, but it's a wet outfield there at Taunton first up, as that's driven off the back foot up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And that brought a question for me, Kevin, because I personally don't like the 200 follow-on rule. I think it should be down to the captains. I don't know whether Somerset would have enforced the follow-on if they had the opportunity yesterday, but I do think that if a side is bowled out for 76, the argument about you've been in the field too long, and they had a night off in between, part of the start and the finish. I just think that's the one rule I don't like. I think the other innovations I think are quite sensible. 2 slips waiting as Holland bowls, and that's a nice stroke from Porter, and this time he does get it past mid-wicket for a couple of runs, and be pleased with that because he's hit a little bit straighter and got it away for 2. And you think, well, I don't often get the chance about it at number 4. This looks a good pitch, and I'm getting to take my opportunity here, and he's settling in quite nicely. Yeah, I just think you could have a situation, if that had been the case at say lunchtime on day 4, one side bowled out 165 behind, well, game over. Because you know, and I think I just think that rule's not quite right, because the side that are struggling not only don't have to follow on, but they get the 8 points for the draw as well.
True.
So I think there's not quite right, that rule. This is a good delivery, and Porter plays and misses, and it's beaten outside the off stump. But I can see where the 8 points for the draw with you know, a bit of weather around. They couldn't have anticipated it, of course. It's August, so it's normal weather in August, but it encourages sides to fight to save a game, I guess. But I'm not sure about the 200 follow-on mark. Just let the captains decide based on their bowler's workload and the situation in the game, I feel. As this next delivery is played by Porter, nice and securely. He's looking like a number 4 at the moment, apart from that last player miss. That's played up to cover, and there's no run. Interestingly, could there be a result in the game between Middlesex and Sussex? Because Sussex have lost an early wicket there. They were 4 for 4 at one point against Middlesex. They're 149 ahead with 5 wickets left, 59 for 5 Sussex. So basically we've got a sort of bunch of sides. Middlesex to play Essex in the last game, still in some sort of contention. So, you know, if Kent or Middlesex in particular can get a victory, they're a lot closer. I think Sussex are a bit off the pace, but certainly Kent and Middlesex with a chance of winning their games, and that would really open things up going into the last round. We're going to have our first, what I call, protocol break, which we have every 6 overs, and 159 for 2, no early wickets down on this third day at Arundel.
Yeah, unfortunately, we made Sussex look quite good. I think we needed that game just to sort of ease ourselves into this tournament. Some sides can sort of hit the ground running. Sussex looked, I thought, quite good straight away.
Yeah.
But ever since then, we've played brilliantly.
And then, of course, they saw what happened if you take Ollie Robinson out of that bowling attack on a flat pitch. I mean, that was the case where the 120 over mark really was needed to save a depleted bowling attack, because that was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? You very rarely see 500 for 1. And
unbelievable
indication of Kent's strength in depth with their batting and the reserves they've got. Jordan Cox, of course, Jack leading sign from Yorkshire, but it just shows, and that particular rule is a really important one, because you can have sides. I think Hampshire were worried about their bowling resources, weren't they, coming into this competition?
Well, I mean, you know, we're seriously depleted. I think we're anything up to 8 players missing in this game. And if you include Dawson and Vince on top of the others.
Essex anything up to 1?
Yeah. Well, which is
Peter Siddle.
Well, this is it. This is why I think everybody has you down to win the group.
Yes. I did actually tweet Somerset colleague who'd be a very worried man at the moment, Mr. Anthony Gibson, thinking, is this going to be another draw? But I said, maybe see you at Lord's in October. It's going to be late September now. But that's still possibly the most likely outcome.
Here's Crane then, and he's bowling to Cook, who works that with a bottom hand up to mid-on, and there's no run. You can get in touch with us several ways. At Solent Sport or solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. I'll get Nick to do his in a moment.
Yep, at BBC Essex Sport. I'm at Nick Ledgell, also on social media, and essex.sport@bbc.co.uk.
Right, I've got Southend Dino on the emails again, as that's pushed to mid-wicket. He emailed us yesterday. He says, morning guys, don't want to say this in a horrible way, but could do with Porter getting out so we can push on with trying to get batting points, as could become crucial at the end of the day.
I did mention it, didn't I, Southend Dino, but he's played pretty well so far, but I absolutely take your point about what would work best for the Essex interest.
Yep. And there's a sweep. Now he's wrapped him on the pad. Big shout. And not out again, says Billy Taylor. Also, Southend Dino says, any chance of uploading a pic on Twitter with this famous scorer that you have? Yeah, the famous scorer, Dave Allen, is on Twitter right now, at Solent Sport. You can see him with his board. So it's there for all to see, laid bare. Here's Crane again. Bowls flighted, and Cook whips that into the gap, just in front of square on the leg side, all along the ground, and that takes the Essex total to 160 for 2, having started the day at 146 for 2.
Apparently there's been a drop catch off Jimmy Anderson this morning, so things don't change from night to morning.
Ooh, I bet his face is like thunder right now.
So, yes, they're trying to wind him up, I think, that's what we call it.
Here's a Crane, and Porter pushes forward. Got a little bit excited there, did Mason Crane, but seemed to come off reasonably near the middle of the bat.
But I tell you what, with the subcontinent to come, if I were Jimmy Anderson, I'd be wanting to get those wickets in this game.
Yeah, that's true.
He might just consider retiring on 600. It wouldn't absolutely surprise me if he did.
Is he not retired, do you think?
Well, I think the Ashes is his realistic objective.
Crane bowls, and that's a thick outside edge of Porter's, which goes on the 45 on the offside. End of the over.
Got endless test matches. Of course, got India next year again, but still 15 months away, the Ashes. But it wouldn't totally surprise me if he retired on 600, particularly if it was an even 600.
I don't know. I don't know. I have this theory that 4 months off has sort of helped a lot of these bowlers. You know, they've had 4 months of. They obviously continued to practice, of course they did, but in a controlled way, which allowed them to recover. I think a lot of guys have probably felt they've got another year or so left.
I think it might. You're right. It might have helped to prolong careers. Yeah. I think it's just he'll sort of take a look and see what's next. And I suppose England would play sort of. I don't think you'll see this sort of balance of attack. I can't see four seamers in India necessarily. They're obviously going to play at least 2 spinners. Anything on the subcontinent. Which I think is basically what they've got. We don't know exactly what they will get this winter, of course, because of the virus. But I think it's a subcontinent winter that's coming.
Yeah.
So this is Stevenson, isn't it?
It is.
Right. With his shock of sort of ginger hair.
Yes.
Haven't seen too much of him. Obviously recovered. He was one of those that came to grief at Radley, which sounded a very dangerous venue for Hampshire. It did, of course, produce the great headline "Middlesex lose to 9 men," which, but they must have been pleased to have come out, with a victory, but beat at least 9 fit players at the end.
It was a great victory against a side that, a bit like Essex, really. Available. They didn't pick everybody, but most of their players were available.
So here is Stevenson bowling to Cook, and Cook with just playing that stroke with no pace off the back foot, just square into the offside, gets through for another run. So it's 161 for 2. Pakistan at 21 for no wicket, following on in the Test match. 161 for 2 here, and Cook with that single goes to 83 with 9 fours.
It's getting dark, isn't it? Yeah, Dave's just looked. You're right. I mean, calling Radlett dangerous, I don't think anybody's ever in leafy Radlett. I don't think anybody's ever thought that Radlett could ever be as dangerous as the cricket ground was
Liam
for
Dawson
Ryan
with that fluke injury. You just can't sort of predict that at all, can you? But a shame for him. Am I right in thinking that Vince might have played but for the imminent birth of the second child? Yes. So here's Stevenson bowling to Porter, and Porter drives up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, shame for James that he had those 3 games at the GS on his home ground, but couldn't make an impression. But I guess he can still play a part in the Hampshire T20 as time goes on.
I'd be surprised. I mean, unless obviously things keep going the way they are for his wife, but I'll be surprised if he's not around for that.
Yeah.
Although they are the first few away games, probably doesn't help.
2 slips in a gully, 5 saving 1. Stevenson bowls, and off the back foot, Porter looking very compact and correct, played it up towards mid-off. But as I say, the point from South-Endino, and the point that we made about 15-20 minutes ago, was that perhaps Lawrence would be a quicker scorer. Although Essex don't want to give Hampshire any unnecessary bonus points. That's another situation. 16 points between the 2 sides, and it's a question of who's going to get the first point. Might
yet come down to the final game.
It could. I mean, as I say, I think Hampshire will do well to win at Canterbury, but we shall see. As off the back foot, that's driven away just wide of mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, it's interesting because it's giving us a few clues about next year, and I must admit, I thought Warwickshire might be a bit of a side to watch. I think they've got a bit of a problem at the moment because Bell's bang out of form, and they've moved Rob Yates, who was doing very well at number 3, to an opener position, and he's struggling there. So I wonder how long they'll persist with Bell. That'll be an interesting one. Worcestershire's batting looks very strong, so that bodes well. They had a terrible season last year in Division 2, so maybe the things are just turning around for them a little bit. As this is just clipped round the corner by Porter, probably for just the single, because it's picked up by mid-on running round. And they settle for 162 for 2. Sussex, you could see how vulnerable they were in the game at Hove because the batting was okay. Salt does look a very, very impressive player. It sort of reminds me a little bit of Gooch in the way he tries to dominate the bowlers from the start. But you just feel a little bit under strength, Sussex. But Ollie Robinson being back has helped them. But I think Kent's batting is what's really sort of come to the fore. And that looks very good. And could be a good thing for them next year. As here's Cook just steering that wide of second slip, and It's no run there as it just goes on the bounce down to the field at the end of the over from Stevenson. So no wickets down on this third morning here at Arundel. But the great news is, although it's getting a little bit darker, we've still got areas of blue sky. There's no immediate threat from the weather. 162 for 2.
Joel at Solent Sport, morning to you. He says, morning all, hopefully we're in for a good day's cricket, weather permitting. Am I right in thinking that Hampshire are planning on announcing the signing of Scotland international George Munsey for the T20 Blast? ? I can't possibly confirm or deny.
He's in the Playfair this year.
He's in the Playfair apparently, says Dave Allen, so there's a bit of a... let's just say you're probably not a million miles away, Joel. There you go.
Dave Allen is trending on Twitter, but apparently it's to do with combat sports. It's somebody. Yes, it's nothing.
Here's Crane outside the off stump, left alone by Porter.
I just noticed that. But yes, it's one of those wrestling things or something like that. One of those sports that are all shown these days.
Combat sports. Who knew that running a scoreboard was in that bracket, eh, Dave?
I was surprised to see Dave trending on Twitter so quickly. We've only been on the air 35 minutes, but I thought it might have been to do with the school girl.
He's a very popular man around these parts. Here's Crane, and there's a drive, an expansive drive from Porter, but can't beat Fuller at mid-off, who does a lovely diving stop to his right. It's not a million miles away. Dave's where Dave resides, Portsmouth area. Not an easy trip, not a bad trip for him coming along here today, along the coast. Crane, it's very murky out there, it really is. As bowls slightly pushed through as Porter works that to a mid-wicket. We're talking about Porter's run rate here. I'm looking at his strike rate. It's below 20 runs per 100 balls, which is about less than half Alistair Cook's strike rate. So
he's a good man to have around if you're an in-batsman trying to get through to 100.
Yeah.
Have at the other end.
Yeah. Flighted. Oh, and he's gone for the huge one. It's beaten him, it's beaten McManus, and it's gone down towards fine leg. May just have clipped the pad as it does so. It's not going to make it all the way as Harry Kane runs from short leg and Billy Taylor signals buys. Yeah, beating everybody.
In fact, he's doing the right thing there, Porter, because he gave that a go. It was a bit of an ugly shot, a bit of a tail-ender shot, but he's doing the right thing for the side there because obviously to see if he can hit a few and then give Dan Lawrence a go. I think that's the right tactic.
We're not right behind the bowler's arm, as I've often mentioned during these couple of weeks of games here, but just looking at the live feed, Crane is getting the ball to straighten a fraction, but that's about all, and it is slow turn. Comes in and bowls again, Porter pushing forward correctly out towards extra cover, fielded by Alsop.
Thank you, the Grumbler, on social media saying, yeah, we agree about the 10:30 start time to make up lost time. Also to preempt loss of overs through knowledge of the forecast, always adapt the game and take overs off at the end. Yeah, I think the Test match always finishing at 7:30 is a bit bizarre.
Certainly is. Porter again pushing well forward, back to Mason Crane. End of the over, 164 for 2.
It's probably going to be a 4-day test anyway, this one, whatever happens, because there might not be any play tomorrow. But I always think people, I'm in the minority, Michael Vaughan also has his opinion, just about supporting the concept of 4-day tests in England with the Duke's ball, starting at probably, say, 10:40 and having 2-hour, 10-minute sessions and making sides bowl the overs. I think sometimes with the 5-day test, people hide behind the over rate argument a bit and say, oh, they bowl their overs so slowly, you've got to have 5 days. But if you did something about the over rate, I know the weather, I mean, of course, we hardly had a drop of rain in April and May, and we'll never get that April and May back, but it has been uncanny how the weather has just evened itself out a little bit this summer in August, isn't it? But yes, I think the over rate is something to be sorted out. Here is Stevenson running towards us bowls and left alone by Cook outside the off stump. So Cook is just batting at his own pace here, and Ben Foakes has got his 100. Well done to him, 16 fours. He's had a pretty tough campaign because he must have felt he was quite close to the side when Josh Butler was kept on. Chris Selverwood's faith in Josh Butler and the England team management generally paying off. So it might be a bit of a long road back for Foakes, but well done on him, because I think that's quite important 100 for him after such a long layoff, as that's played just backward a square on the offside for a single by Alistair Cook. And sorry, a 256 for 8, 86 behind. So I think that's going to be not too distant between the sides. Kent are going to have their work cut out, I think, to force a victory in that game from there, with Foakes' 100, which is probably making the difference between them winning that game and it being a draw. Yep.
And what a catch by Butler yesterday down the leg side.
Yeah, it's as though things have suddenly started going for him. It is interesting. I mean, England selectors have been vindicated, but had that Crawley-Butler partnership been broken straight away, we'd have been thinking, well, can't we have another batsman in the side? As this is played off the back foot up towards mid-off by Porter, and there's no run. I do think Leach has been unlucky with all those right-handers in the side, not to play as a holding spinner. I think one of the things about that England side, there is nobody in the top six that can bowl seam up in the way of a Collingwood or Trott, and that affects what they can do, isn't it? Because they used to go in with the three frontline seamers, and then your Collingwood can bowl a bit. And of course, they had a high-class spinner in Graham Swan. 2 slips in the gully. Stevenson bowls, and that's just played by Porter, who's gone back into proper batsman mode now, played on the bounce down towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I personally actually hope that he actually does get 150 and he runs loads of singles, so then when he comes to bowl, he's too knackered to bowl.
Well, if he does that, I doubt he'll bowl in this game because I suspect the forecast tomorrow is pretty ugly, it has to be said. So anything we get today makes the trip worthwhile. I'm looking to try and beat 30 and 31 overs in my 2 days at Hove. So that's the target. That's the first target as Porter off the back foot plays up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And we had one of those frustrating situations at Hove where it was a bright sunny afternoon after 3 o'clock on day 2, but they didn't really try and get the pitch. They had an inspection announced, but made no attempt to sort of get the ground dry. And it was one of those what you call formality inspections where they could have just called the game off an hour earlier, which is a bit of a shame. But certainly there was quite a dramatic end to that game, and a very good victory for Essex. 2 slips in the gully waiting. Stevenson bowls, and Porter squeezes this one away off the bottom part of the bat down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. But Hampshire won't be too displeased, and of course they'd like get a few bonus bowling points, but they're certainly keeping Essex fairly quiet, and the match in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment, with Cook 84, looks secure but hasn't really got going this morning. Porter 8, and it's 165 for 2. Yeah,
19 added in 40 minutes, which pedestrian to say the least, but Hampshire bowled accurately.
Yes, and I think Hampshire looking to take some positives. I guess Weatherly's probably been the biggest positive, I would have thought, to have a game like he did recently where he got the 2 crucial scores. So they'd like Organ to get a few more runs, but some good positives from Hampshire.
That's what this season's all about, isn't it? It's a season of youngsters. Here's Crane, one of them, bowls to Cook, who's not one of them, and that's pushed square on the leg side for no run. Yes, 19 runs added so far this morning for the no wickets added in the wicket column, and Alistair Cook has moved from 75 to 84. As you said earlier, very much at his own pace. When you've got the stature that he has, you just play the way you want, don't you? Don't do anything else. That's whipped away on the 45. Chase here for, I think that's Felix Organ running down there towards the far end of the ground, towards the castle, and that's going all the way over the rope. And nicely timed by Alistair Cook, 169 for 2, and he moves on to 88.
I've just mentioned Paul Collingwood. Apparently he's on as a sub fielder in the Test match. On the basis that they're confident he can take a catch if one comes off Jimmy Anderson, because he was a good catcher.
Is he in the slips then?
I doubt he is, but they'll just hope it goes to him. Yeah. But I think he is coming on, or has come on as a sub fielder, which quite ironic. We've just mentioned him in passing.
Crane again, and Cook's on the back foot, steers that up to mid off, fielded by the captain Sam Northeast.
Thought they had enough, left people around, of course, in that bubble, but 1 or 2 have left, of course, like the aforementioned folks. Getting that 100 for Surrey, but very much keeping an eye on that Taunton game.
Crane again flighted, and Cook works that to red wicket, fielded by Alsop.
But certainly, so you've got a wet outfield already at Taunton, and there are showers during the day. It might just be that Somerset are going to have to settle for another draw, almost unthinkable, really, after their dominance of yesterday.
Oh dear. Here comes Crane. That's whipped away on the leg side from probably around off stumpish area, looking at the reaction from the players, but he'll pick up a single. Moves on to 89, does Sir Alistair.
Just in case we don't get a chance to talk, because Emery's coming in the second, what do you think of the format? Do you think? I mean, I'm not overly convinced about the 10-team Division 1 with non-symmetrical, so you might only have to play Essex and Somerset once, for example, and maybe at home. Do you think this could be the basis of an interesting format going forward? Non-regional, I prefer.
Yeah, the trouble. Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not so sure. That's driven back up to mid-off half stop by Crane. End of the over 170 for 2. I'm a big one for Division 1, Division 2. I'll be honest with you.
Do you like the 10 teams, or is it the non-symmetrical bit?
That's the trouble,
that's
isn't
a bit
it?
of a nuisance for me. It's like everyone must come to the party.
I know. That's the trouble.
So Emily, I'm just looking around the corner.
Yeah,
she's
she's
here,
here.
so we'll get her in and back later, hopefully.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. He'll be back in half an hour's time. Another break. Not just for Nick, but for the players. Got another hygiene break with the score at 170 for 2. The rain is holding off. My app said that there probably wasn't going to be any rain until probably just after lunch, but various apps are saying slightly different things, and at times when we thought we'd just have cloud, it's been rain. So you're never quite sure what on earth it's going to do, but there is some heavyish clouds above us, so bearing in mind the way things have gone over the last couple of days, I'm not going to predict too much at the moment. Welcome back, Emily.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I got my sunglasses from the car and I was thinking, am I jinxing this? Going to get them, and it'll probably now rain.
The thing is, about every 20 minutes it's a good choice, but then in amongst that you don't need them. It's weird, isn't it?
Certainly is. Essex are batting nicely here, aren't they? Moving on to a nice total. But it'll be interesting how they play for the rest of the day, bearing in mind you've got a full day's rain meant to be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
So will Essex give some time for Hampshire to bat at the end of today?
Well, if it becomes about bonus points, then I don't know, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, you would say with Porter and Harmer in the side, then, you know, reaching some bowling bonus points won't be too much of a problem. It's just how quickly they bat today to get a full complement as well. First batting point kicks in at what, 200?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, not too far away at 170 for 2. Here's Ryan Stevenson then from the Castle End, and that's clipped away by Sir Alistair Cook out in the deep on the leg side and fielded by Fuller. 171 for 2. I mean, listen, I love Alistair Cook, but could I watch him all day, every day?
Probably not.
No.
But they've got an exciting middle order, haven't they, Essex? That should these two wear out the Hampshire bowlers early on this morning, then they've got some players in that middle order that can come in.
Yeah.
Dan Lawrence, a man of many talents.
They've got some good batters. I think I had a quick look before the game. Most of their batters are averaging mid-30s and above, which is... No, that's a big shout for LBW's gone. First wicket of the morning, and it's Porter, the night watchman, who goes, trying to whip that away on the leg side. It was 2 straight, and Porter goes for 8, 171 for 3.
That was a good wicket for Hampshire. Porter was just sort of sticking about there. So that's one breakthrough. Hampshire here need to go get a couple of wickets quickly. Dan Lawrence will be the man coming to the crease now, who sadly lost his mum, we were told last week.
Oh, right, yes.
Which is why he left that England bubble.
Yeah, not very nice, of course. So the night watchman gone. I think, in a way, Essex will be fairly relieved he's gone. Really, he did a good job, didn't he? Stuck around last night. That's what the job for a night watchman is. It isn't really to stick around during the day and use up other people's batting time.
No, I never really get night watchmen.
Do you not?
I think as a batter, I'd be wanting to go in, because there's nothing worse, is there, than the night watchman then getting out and then you still having to go in anyway.
Yeah, I suppose actually it's quite high. Actually, I'm just looking at the replay on the live stream. It's certainly straight. The LBW. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I had mixed feelings about it. Really, I was, sometimes I was offered it and I said no. Other times I was offered it. I think sometimes it's how you feel. I know in 50 over games, of course, you'd never, or 20 over games, you won't experience a night watchman. There'd be something wrong if you did. But I think sometimes it's how you feel in yourself.
And who's bowling, and who's running in.
Who's bowling. Am I going to get my head knocked off here tonight? No.
I'll wait another night.
Yeah, I'll sleep on it. Well, I can. Or other times, yeah, somebody's there's about 10 men around the bat, and you think, oh, I don't fancy that. Right, Stevenson to Lawrence, the new batsman, who's immediately off the mark, who turns that straightest delivery towards mid-wicket, and he's off the mark straight away. Yeah, I don't know. I think everybody has a personal view on night watchman. I didn't have a set view. It just depended on how I felt. You always get offered it. Well, that's why in the teams that I played in, you did. And you can either say, yes, I will, or sometimes you get overruled if the rest of the team said, look, no, this is silly.
There's 20 overs left, Kev.
Yeah, well, no, yeah. I think you'd be expected to bat if there was 10. But it's usually around the sort of 5-6 over mark, isn't it? Where it sort of kicks in. And then it's up to you. Sometimes I couldn't wait to get out there. But, it's like starting your innings twice, which is not ideal, is it? Here's Stevenson then. Comes in again. Bowls to Alistair Cook. And Cook whips that in the air. Square on the leg side, but it's perfectly safe. Because all the men on the leg side, apart from mid-on, are all deep. So he'll just rattles along, doesn't he, really, in his own pace. He's on to 91, 173, 4-3. Unfussy way that he plays. Again, as I said yesterday, a bit annoying to bowl to, really, I think. It's all just a bit too methodical, and it's almost as if you know what shot he's going to play. If you bowled a ball and you see the ball leaving your hand and it's sort of straight, short of a length, you think, yeah, I know that's going through square leg.
He's computer generated, is Alistair Cook.
He is, isn't he? Here's Stevenson. Lawrence pushes forward up to mid-off, fielded by North East.
But he's played so many games of cricket at various levels that actually it probably is like that. He knows what he's doing when he's out there. He knows his strengths. He knows where to leave the ball. Yeah. And it would be what you'd expect from a man of his class. Yeah,
it is, actually. You're right. I'd love to be able to say to him, actually, just go out and slog it. Actually, just go out there from ball one and have a slog. I'd love him to turn around and say, do you know what, I will today. I will do that. But I just get the feeling that he's not that sort of bloke, really. He's never going to do that. Probably has. Somebody from Essex is going to say, oh, I saw him do this and I saw him do that on this ground on this day. So if you have, let us know at Silent Sport or silentcricket@gmail.com. Length ball, which Lawrence pushes forward out into the covers. If you actually have seen Alistair Cook go out there and slog it from ball one, let us know.
Change of field there, which is quite interesting. That illustrates the pace of the pitch. They just bought a catcher just in front, sort of mid-on line. But halfway down the track, and when you're getting the fielders there, that really does illustrate that it's quite a slow pitch. Yeah. I want in Lawrence, a new man, to pop one up.
It's not a run through a team pitch, although we haven't seen Porter and Harmer bowl on it yet.
173 for 3. Mason Crane still got the ball in hand from this end. He's bowled very nicely.
Ball very accurately, isn't he?
As he bowls to Sir Alistair Cook. And that's turned away onto the onside. Will be no run. Tom Alsop in mid-wickets. Done some fantastic stops there this morning. I thought Hampshire within the sort of first 10 overs today have fielded exceptionally. There's a wasp is coming in again.
It's the same one.
That last one. Stop wafting it at me. As Crane comes and bowls, and that's turned through mid-wicket. That will go for 4. He's timed that beautifully, his Alistair Cook. So. That's 4 more to him. The wasp was on me. I feel like Kev's winding me up. 177 for 3.
You're right, it was nowhere near.
It's hard to concentrate when there's a wasp buzzing in your ear.
Huh?
Alistair Cook moves to 95. Fantastic innings here so far, and he's a man that you wouldn't back to give it away at this stage as Crane comes in again to Cook and bowl. Shorter delivery, that didn't bounce very much, but that's well played by Cook. There is a man out at deep square here, come round. They come back for 2 quite comfortably, well run by Alistair Cook.
Great stat. You want to read it out? From Dave Allen that's come from.
You can.
He has now got Essex's highest score at Arundel. 97 not out. He's beaten the 95 that Nasser Hussain scored here. I don't know what year. Dave didn't put that down. 2003, thank you very much. There you go.
In comes Crane to Cook. That's pushed away into the offside this time. Ryan Stevenson does the fielding at deep points. Dave Allen busy there this over as Cook moving along nicely in his 90s. He moves to 98.
Statos would love that, wouldn't they? Oh, he scored by Essex at Arundel by an individual. They'd love all that.
180 for 3. Change of field to the right-hander, and Lawrence taking his guard to Crane. Just a one slip in place.
You've never batted here, have you? I think you told me. No, you've never played it.
As Crane approaches the right-handed Dan Lawrence, and that's a thick inside edge. They come through for a quick single. Kane comes round and ball back into Lewis McManus's gloves. 181 for 3.
So the Vipers never come close to playing here?
The Vipers have played here previously in
Oh, right.
the KSL competition, and they trained here a little bit. The retainer contracted players trained here earlier on, sort of in the COVID bubble sort of situation. But now Middleton's our base.
Middleton on sea.
Yeah. 2 mid wickets in place here. Short legs come out as Crane bowls to Cook, and that's forward in defence from Cook. No run. 181 for 3. End of the over. Cook 98 and Dan Lawrence 2.
So you've got a couple of sessions at Middleton this week, haven't you?
Yeah, tomorrow and Thursday. Tomorrow, I guess, weather permitting.
I was going to say that if you know the Middleton Cricket Club or you're a member there, you can turn up and watch, but I suppose you're not supposed to.
No.
So there's no point in saying it.
No.
So I won't. A shame, really, isn't it? You know, if you're wandering around there and you're going for a walk or something like that, you think, oh, the Vipers are training here, I can go and have a watch to see what's going on, but you can't do it.
You'd think like that when you're walking around Arundel.
Yeah. So what you have? You have temperature checked and everything like that. Be people on the gate.
Yeah, exactly the same as the bubble that Hampshire and Essex are in.
Stevenson then started a new over to the right-handed Lawrence, who's pushing that to the man who's at silly mid-on, although he's about halfway back towards the bowler. That's Ian Holland. And there was no run. Just having a look at see how many first-class hundreds Alistair Cook has scored. Now, don't... I mean, obviously he hasn't got it yet. How many would you say he has, first-class hundreds, Alistair Cook?
A lot.
That's a good shout.
Very precise.
Dave shouted something. I don't know what he shouted. Anyway, that's worked hard up to mid-on, but straight to the fielder.
Lawrence advancing here down the pitch.
Trying
to get to the pitch of the ball. 67.
You're both very close.
That's what Dave said, so I
Oh, we said
backing
67,
Dave.
did he? He's 2 out. No, you said 63. So you said you're both 2 out.
65 then.
Yeah. Shortly, you would think to be 66. But he's at the non-striker's end. It's Lawrence facing Stevenson. Lawrence gets another good delivery, which is pushed out into the covers fielded by Kame. Southend Dino's back on the emails at Solent Sport. Morning M's.
Morning.
He says. Oh, God. Okay, he's getting a bit familiar, isn't he? M's. The rose between two thorns, he says. I know you feel. Sir Alistair has an Essex T20 century at the Oval. Regards, he says. All right, okay. Doesn't mean he slogged it. Mind you, I suppose you've got to go some.
You've got to get it.
Yeah, you've got to go some. Stevenson bowls and Lawrence is forward again to Harry Kame in the covers. Yeah, okay, well that's pretty close, I suppose.
Change of end here from Stevenson. Yesterday he bowled from this end, and in his interview with you last night he was saying about one end having more bounce. So I imagine it's this end from what we've seen, which is why the spinners bowling from the park end and the seamers are going to rotate from that castle end where they feel there's a little bit more in it.
Yeah, I think you're right. That makes sense, doesn't it? As he left it alone, he was almost walking into that shot was Lawrence, or non-shot, of course, in the end. No, I think you're right. It would be silly, wouldn't it, to have the seamers bowl where the end has not much bounce at all. But I think it's a shame for Mason Crane as well. I think he's bowled really nicely here on a wicket which is, well, it's going off the straight, but at no pace. I think he's bowled amazingly accurate. Actually, I'm really impressed with him.
Yeah, we said last night that obviously the injury to Liam Dawson and COVID, where Nathan Lyon hasn't come off over, it's done wonders for Crane.
Certainly has. Lawrence again comes down a wicket, gets us inside an outside edge, leading edge really. Trying to work that through mid-on, goes out towards extra cover. Good over that from Ryan Stevenson, sort of inducing sort of, I don't know, half mistakes from the batsman. Just having to be patient as the seamer, as all the seamers are here, as the spinners are as well. Mason Crane, 14 overs, 1 for 26.
Yeah, he's bowled fantastically well. Lawrence as well is starting to look. He's looking busy, isn't he, in the middle? He's looks like he doesn't want to settle, staying in his crease, letting it go forward in defence. He's trying to make something happen. Probably 3 out of those 6 deliveries he's walked at, Ryan Stevenson.
Yeah, so another one of those Essex top order players that averages over 35, which is pretty good at first class level. Actually averages 38. Pretty decent. Was with the England Lions during the winter, same tour that Sam Northeast was on.
And in the bubble, wasn't he? A reserve for the test match.
It was.
Test teams. Just a change of field here. Mason Crane still ball in hand. 2 mid-wickets still in place. As Crane approaches and bowls to Cook. That's turned away to that man he just put in at a short fine leg. There'll be no run. 181 for 3. Dave is getting ready with his camera. Someone must be a few short of their 100. Could be the man, Sir Alistair Cook.
He's expanding his horizons, Dave, because he's not actually a Hampshire player now. He's going into Essex.
In comes Crane. Bowls, flighted, finds Tom Alsop at mid-wicket. Diving stop to his right. 181 for 3.
Says he's hoping to see Alistair Cook get out. I have to say at the moment, I don't see it.
No, I said that yesterday.
Yeah.
Just looks in control. Crane bowls and he swept. That's hit him on the pad. They're appealing. I think that's outside the line, and Cook stayed there, which again would suggest it is.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that on the live feed. Whether that was straight or not, it's difficult to tell. We're wide mid-off, just in case you're not quite sure the line we're on. But if he's sweeping that from straight,
there's twice he's tried to sweep here,
yeah.
And both times no contact. Crane has bowled fantastically well. Cook on 98 as Crane bowls, and that's turned away into the onside. Finds the second mid-wicket, which is Joe Weatherly. Mason's bowling fantastically, building dot ball pressure. Not that that will phase Alistair Cook.
No. It's difficult to tell actually on the feed, because I think the camera behind the arm now. Oh, it's just there now. Wasn't earlier. Just missed that.
As Crane bowls to Cook. Oh, that didn't bounce, but that's turned nicely onto the onside. We'll just pick up a single. 182 for 3. Cook moves to 99.
Hopefully we'll see that on the replay behind the bowler's arm. I think Mason Crane there was suggesting to the umpire that's actually the googly, or the one that goes on with the arm, so with that sweep shot. But anyway, excitement here at Arundel as we wait for Alistair Cook to see if he's going to get his 100.
Mason Crane to the right-handed Lawrence now. One slip in place. Bowls. That's pushed to mid-wicket. Harry Kane, the man there. 182 for 3. That's the end of the over. And Alistair Cook waits another one, sitting on 99. Dan Lawrence still on 2.
So again, it's a bit pedestrian, isn't it, from Essex really? Not really getting on with it. It doesn't seem to be a plan other than just bat and just see how many they can get, really. 182 for 3 means they've added 36 this morning. Yep. From 146, yeah, sounds about right, doesn't it? So I should be doing an update for silent listeners on all frequencies shortly. So in case I burst into a quick 20-second resume, you'll know what I'm doing. So yeah, so it's Hampshire bowled tidily. Essex have just batted, and we are where we are. Here's Stevenson, and that keeps a bit low as well as Cook works that towards mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller. Haven't seen him yet this morning.
Thought about a run there, didn't they? Thought about.
I wonder if he's nervous, Alistair Cook.
Surely not.
The new roles are in addition to 4,000 already created since
Not really.
the coronavirus pandemic.
Nevertheless, he'll want it, that's for sure. Here's that update coming right now. Here we go. We've had an hour's play this morning where Essex resumed this morning on 146 for 2 in their first innings, and they have moved on to 182 for 3. Just the one wicket then. Night watchman Jamie Porter, around about 10 minutes ago, was LBW to Ryan Stevenson for 7. I guess the only highlight at the moment is that the former England captain Sir Alistair Cook is 1 run away from what would be his 66th first-class 100. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Thanks, Kevin. And the last.
So, back live. I think there was a ball there while I was doing that update. Still no run. Is it going to be this time? And Cook's running for quickly towards mid-wicket. Fuller's got to throw at the bowler's end. And Cook gets a roar from his teammates just away to our right in front of the big tent. And Cook celebrates his 100, raising his bat to his teammates. And that is his 66th first-class 100.
Yeah, fantastic knock that is by Cook. Just so in control. He looked like he had so much time throughout his innings, facing both spinners and seamers, and a well-deserved 100 really.
Yeah, an air of inevitability about it. Dave's going to say something. First this season. Thank you very much, Dave.
Short season it has been though.
Yeah, for this COVID season. Lawrence pushes that out towards square leg where Mason Crane does the fielding on that occasion. Yes, of course, for these teams it's only their 4th first-class match, so it's still would be considered early season, wouldn't it? We'd still be in April had we started.
Good early season form.
It is, isn't it? Get 100 before the end of April, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? Having to wait towards the end of August for your first 100, you'd say it's a little bit different, but still early season. Trouble is, early season is almost the end of the season this year. That's pushed up towards ended wicket, and there is no run.
Cook gave just the one chance, really, didn't he? That ball that went between the keeper and first slip yesterday, which both keeper and first slip just sort of looked at each other, and that's the one chance he's given in the innings. Throughout, other than that, he's been pretty faultless.
Yeah. Well remembered. He was on 67 at that time off James Fuller. Yeah. Here's Stevenson bowls, and Lawrence again gets a good delivery, which he pushes out to point, and again Fuller is the fielder there. So 183 for 3, exactly 100 for Alistair Cook. Lawrence has 2, and we've had 64 overs in total of the Essex first innings, and 64 overs in total of this game.
Lots of 64s.
There is.
Do you think we'll see Crane here all morning? Just
well, I mean,
this end?
yeah. Well, he's doing a good job, isn't he? Really. I mean, if you're not picking up a wicket, keep it quiet. I mean, who else would you bowl? Maybe an Ian Holland, but this wicket is just a little bit too slow, isn't it, for the medium pacers? It's a little bit slow for Mason Crane, but he's doing a good job.
Crane to Cook bowls, gone for a sweep down leg side, taken well by McManus, no run. Maybe Organ to break things up a little bit, but Crane's obviously the leading spinner here.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'd keep him going. I mean, at the moment, you don't really have to worry about him bowling. I mean, that's ideal for a captain, isn't it, really? Just stick him on and just let him go.
Crane to Cook, driven through the offside. Will be no run. Harry came at extra cover, does the fielding. 183 for 3.
I mean, the scoreboard suggests that Essex aren't looking to get on with it, but I think the bowling's been tight.
And I think it has been the whole innings, really. Yesterday as well, I think Hampshire bowled really well. Really disciplined and fielded exceptionally as well as Crane bowls. That's turned away into the onside. Tom Alsop does the fielding at mid-wicket. Crane deserves a wicket here, really, I think.
Yeah.
Nice control. As he's at the top of his mark again, approaches from the park end and bowls to Cook, gone for a sweep. He has got hold of it this time, but only finds the man at fine leg. Will be no run. Cook really trying hard to find that gap that's square of the wicket. Crane gets some dust on his hands. Do you think that's a psychological thing, or do you think
the dust?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's to help him grip. Do you think it's to help him to grip the ball a little bit?
Sweaty hands.
Yeah.
Crane to Cook bowls, turned into the onside. Does find that gap there, come through for a quick single. 184 for 3, and Cook moves on to 101.
Do you do that? Do you sort of rub your hands in the dirt when you're bowling?
Only now after putting hand sanitizer on your hands. If you're bowling and you've got hand sanitizer on your hand, just after that break, it makes it really sticky and hard to bowl.
Does it?
So then you rub it all off in dirt. This Crane approaches now, bowling to Dan Lawrence, and he advances.
So no ball.
And no ball, and it was stumped by Lewis McManus. I was confused as to what happened there. That's such a shame, as that was Dan Lawrence gone. However, front foot no ball from Crane, and that's a chance really for Hampshire. Lewis McManus did the hard work behind the stumps.
Crane's just careering his front foot there with Billy Taylor, the umpire. I think that's the first no ball he's bowled, isn't it, in this innings? Yeah. Yes, it is, because Dave Allen is just putting up the first no ball on his whiteboard.
Crane again to Lawrence. He doesn't leave his ground this time. Hit to cover, no run. He'll be frustrated with himself there, will Mason Crane. 186 for 3. Could have been 186 for 4, and I think Hampshire will be very disappointed there.
Yeah, he'll be kicking himself. I think he did there. He kicked the dirt as he walked away at the end of that over. He's worked so hard this morning to kind of create that chance, and it was there. And I agree, it was slightly confusing because it was one of those simple stumpings where the batsman should just walk off. But Billy Taylor had his right arm out, signalling right as he do. And yeah, what a shame. What a shame for Mason Crane, but at the end of the day, got to be behind the line. Now, another email here from Steve Everett. I think he's Istanbul Steve. Yes, he is. Who emailed yesterday. sunnycricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch. He says, morning. Here's Ryan Stevenson. It's actually afternoon now. As that's turned away on the leg side. And that's going for 4 all the way. Harry Kane at fine leg has given up the chase. Nicely timed once more off the bat of Alistair Cook, and 190 for 3 is the total. He says, good to hear you lads and lassies. How about this scene, he says. Tom goes to Sam. Tom Wesley to Sam Northeast. Yeah. You got that. When I first looked at that, I had to work it out. Sometime before lunch, he says in brackets, hey fella. Sounds a bit familiar, that as well. I don't know if they know each other. They probably do. Here comes Stevenson, bowls to Cook, who off the back foot cuts that away hard to deep backward point for a single 191 for 3. Hey fella, if we will bat to about tea, and if you don't get us out by then, how about you forfeit your first innings, we'll forfeit our second, and we'll set you about 300 to get in the rest of the day, and the rain affected tomorrow. Would Hampshire skipper go for it?
No. Chasing 300 in one session. That would be a hell of a chase.
Well, and a bit tomorrow. Here's Stevenson. I think he's talking about tonight and a bit tomorrow. That's pushed to mid-wicket and there's no run. But that depends. That depends on how much play you get tomorrow.
And I think with the weather forecast,
yeah,
that sounds like a good deal for Essex, I'd say.
Yeah.
But not such a good deal for Hampshire.
Yeah. You see, for me, and I sort of touched on it with Nick a bit earlier. He's back soon, by the way. If you're waiting for an Essex persuasion commentary, if it's a bit of a hum. Hopefully you're not hearing that. We can hear it, but it's okay. Here's Stevenson again. I'll come back to that in a moment as Lawrence pushes that to mid-wicket. I do think that if both these sides get a few bonus points out of this game, and there's 16 points difference between the two sides, we are talking about this going down to the last game. I know Hampshire at Canterbury, and perhaps difficult to get a result there, maybe. Essex have got their last game as well. I mean, obviously, if Essex do well in their last game, then great, they win the group. But if they don't and Hampshire win, then Hampshire could win the group. So why would you give that away? I don't know. I don't think you would. There's a nice drive to the covers, and Kane does the fielding. So I don't know. Don't know what you think, Emily, but I'm not sure Hampshire would accept a run chase. I don't know.
No, I think there'd be more for Hampshire to lose than gain, really. As you said, with a draw, it does take it into the last game, really, with bonus points. And yes, they're not playing each other, but anything can happen in 4-day cricket.
That's for sure. Stevenson bowls, and Lawrence pushes that again to Harry Kane in the covers. And there's no one. Very accurate stuff here from Ryan Stevenson, as has Mason Crane all morning, and Ian Holland as well with his spell this morning. 4 overs, none for 9, opening up from that Castle end And Essex from 146 for 2 at 11 o'clock this morning are 191 for 3.
Yeah, and the 3 wickets go on for Essex. Walter for 43, Wesley for 18, and Porter, the night watchman, this morning for 8. Wicket shared about. Holland, Crane and Stevenson all with 1 each. Crane could have had 2.
Should have had 2 if he'd be behind the line with his front foot. Actually, Dave's made a good point there, actually. Because the South Group, I think that there is a feeling that the South Group winners might not actually qualify as the top 2.
As Crane bowls and turns it into the onside. Does Cook here pick up a single? Why is that?
Well, I think obviously it'll go on points. But I mean, if Essex were to win this one and win the last, of course, they certainly would. But Dave's done an amazing sort of list there. It might take you until lunch to work it out, but I mean, if you look at the groups overall,
as that's forward in defence, no run.
So we've got at the moment in the central group, Somerset on 60 points top, Derby in the North group 60 points top. Essex have 61. So actually, Dave, I'm not sure that
In
does
comes
work.
Crane, and that's pushed forward in defence. Fielded well by Tom Alsop, diving to his right. No run, 192 for 3.
Whereas the second place teams are all sort of late mid 50s, whereas Hampshire's second place team are 45. That's the problem, really, for Hampshire.
Yeah. It's Crane again from this park end. Bowls to Dan Lawrence. Forward in defence, no run. He's not going to make that same mistake again, is he, leaving his ground?
No. I think that was a bit of a rush of blood, that, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. It's even more frustrating, really, for Hampshire.
Oh, he knows he had that chance, didn't he? And then, of course, now he's got to build it up again. He's got to spend another few overs, maybe trying to induce that mistake.
Crane to Lawrence. Forward in defence, pushed to Tom Alsop. The extra cover be no run, 192 for 3.
Bit of sunshine again.
For the weather forecast, it's actually turned out alright, isn't it, here so far today?
It's been better than we thought, unlike the first 2 days, were actually probably worse than we thought.
Yeah. Crane to Lawrence, bowls. Flatter, quicker delivery, and that's pushed to mid-wicket. Will be no run. End of the over. 192 for 3. And
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get you to come on this side, because I think because of COVID we'll keep to our sides. So I'll let Nick come in your side. Emily will move over to my side. So the next voice you'll hear after me will be Nick Gledhill, BBC Radio Essex, and then Emily will be alongside him for the next half an hour, and I'll be back with you in around about 30 minutes. 192 for 3 then Essex, just that 1 wicket this morning, and Alistair Cook with his 66th first class 100, which I'm sure Nick will talk to you about. He can't talk about you every shot, of course, because he wasn't here yesterday, but I'm sure he's waxing lyrical about this morning.
We've seen many such innings from him, and I'm sure he's batted yesterday much as he has this morning. Looked very comfortable, some nice strokes. I think the moment of the morning, though, that misjudgment from Lawrence and the escape with Crane's no ball. Wow. I suppose in the context of a match which was going to go the full distance of 4 days, that would be a real big moment, because of course Dan Lawrence is capable of making a big score. You think in the context of this game, where it's likely to be a draw, it won't matter as much, but Crane will want to make sure he doesn't make the same mistake next time. Dan Lawrence, of course, who's 60. Without that, Essex would not have beaten Sussex, and it's been very, very useful from the Essex point of view to see him back in the side as Stevenson bowls, and because Cook plays off the back foot up to cover, and there's no run. So 192 for 3, 8 runs away from the first of the available bonus points for Essex, starting on 61 points. And looks to me, the way this is shaping up, with Essex likely to take more points, that Middlesex have got to beat Sussex. That Middlesex and Essex playing each other in the last round of games, but I think the way it's shaping up is that with already 18 points between the two sides, as Stevenson goes round the wicket and bowls, and Cook just off the back foot plays to mid-off and no run, I think Middlesex have got to win this game. They've got Sussex at 84 for 7, Ben Brown is 38 not out, and 5 wickets there for Tim Murtagh, 5 for 34, so 174 ahead Sussex with 3 wickets left. And the other news from the South Group is that Surrey have been bowled out for 278 by Kent, so they're 64 behind. It's going to be hard for Kent to win that game from here. Stevenson bowls, going around the wicket, and Cook off the back foot, cuts it away. Good looking shot. There is a sweeper out in the deep, just the one run. And just one of a total, 193 for 3. But of course, Kent and Hampshire playing each other in the last round, Emily. So, there's still potential in this group, assuming Essex don't win this game, which would pretty much leave it all done and dusted. But with those two sides playing each other in the last game, you never know.
Yeah, I feel like it's all to play for still. This very likely to be a draw here, especially with the weather forecast tomorrow.
Still the rain passing to the south of us, I'm pleased to see, looking at the latest radar, as Lawrence plays off the back foot up towards mid-off. Dan Lawrence, who, Emily, there are selection decisions, and a lot of fuss was made about Stuart Broad. Is he going to retire? How upset is he and all that? But I tell you what, the selection decision of the summer, really, in terms of the effect it has on someone's season, was Dan Lawrence for the first test when Joe Root wasn't available. Because he knew then, when he wasn't selected, not only did he have to get past the incumbent who was, which I think was Joe Denley at that point, but also get past Joe Root, which is going to be an awful lot more of a problem. Stevenson bowls, and Lawrence plays a good-looking drive up towards mid-off, and there's no one. And he must have known that was it, probably, all things being considered. So, obviously, it's slightly sad circumstances in the way it's happened with his family, but it's great to see Dan Lawrence playing again, got a very good score in the last game, and at least getting some time in the middle. And equally, Ben Folkes, good to see him getting that 100 for Surrey. Yeah,
I think obviously due to COVID, haven't they? They've had more people in and around the squad in their bubbles, just in case anything happens. But for the players, it must be quite tough, as at the end of the day, they want to be playing cricket.
And Stevenson bowls. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. That's quite a good shot, because he was half forward there, playing that through straight mid-wicket. But it's just come off the pad and run down into the gully. But
I think 2 noises there, potentially, I reckon.
Maybe inside edge, because that otherwise that looked a pretty good shout. He was going right across his trees, trying to work that away through mid-wicket. But maybe 2 noises, an indication of an inside edge, and that's what would have saved him. So it's been an interesting morning. We've had obviously Sir Alistair Cook continuing to bat very well for his 108. Porter out, LBW to Stevenson for 8 from 54 balls, doing the night watchman job in sterling fashion. Dan Lawrence, a slightly uncertain start. He could have been stumped off Mason Crane were it not for a no ball. He's on 2, and it's 193 for 3.
Ooh, I don't think there was an inside edge. Just watch the replay there. I think it was maybe a little bit high outside the line.
It looked a good shout. If it did hit him outside, if he was right the way across, if it hit him outside the line. Wow, so that certainly showed he was trying to hit that through straight mid-wicket. He must have got a long way across if it hit him outside the line. But, it was a good, confident shout. And certainly, it's one of those strokes where you play it and then you miss it. It always looks worse than it is, I guess. And Dan Lawrence hasn't quite got going this morning, but at least he's got a chance to make a contribution again. So it's great to see him back. And of course, Essex obviously has been fortunate in the sense that apart from their overseas bowler in Peter Siddle, they have had for most of their time obviously most of their players available. So it's been a bit distinct contrast to Hampshire and others, to Sussex and particularly Surrey.
Yeah, very much so. Obviously Vince not available for other reasons. So he's a big loss, obviously, for Hampshire, being the captain and a fantastic batter, fantastic player. But nevertheless, I think Hampshire will be very pleased with the start they've had in this competition, other than that first game against Sussex, with the players that they've had missing. Obviously, Dorse went down. They've produced 2 fantastic victories, really. Looks like James Fuller is warming up to our left, so I imagine he'll be taking the ball from that castle end.
Did you see that last day here against Surrey? Were you here for that?
No, I wasn't.
James Fuller's hat-trick?
No.
Extraordinary.
Missed that, unfortunately. But Crane still ball in hand from this park end, as we'd expect. He's bowled fantastically well here. He created a chance, but unfortunately overstepped to bowling to Dan Lawrence. 2 mid-wickets in place to Sir Alistair Cook, just one slip as Crane bowls, and he's tried to sweep that again, missed. Lewis McManus safely takes down the leg side, 193 for 3.
So it's day 3 at Arundel, uninterrupted play so far. You're listening to BBC Radio Solent and BBC Essex online with Nick Lertill, Emily Windsor, Kevin James, and Dave Allen, our scorer, is doing a sterling job away to our left.
Crane to Cook bowls, and that's turned into the onside. He'll pick up a single. Man sweeping out there, Brad Wilt, who we haven't seen yet today, who bowled really well again yesterday. Unlucky not to get a breakthrough. 194 for 3. Alistair Cook moves on to 109.
First Essex century on this ground, apparently. Thank you, the Grumbler, for pointing that out.
Looks like I can see a little bit of drizzle in the air as Crane bowls, and that's turned into the offside. Will be no run.
Yes, it's a shame, of course, no one here to see it. And I wonder if, when we might get some crowds. I'm still hopeful that maybe the Bob Willis final, if not some of the T20 games. But we shall wait and see. Kevin James suggesting a light shower.
Yeah, as Crane bowls, that's inside edge, finds Tom Alsop at extra cover.
I mean, that's actually more blue sky on the horizon at the moment than probably for most of the morning. It's only going to be a light shower. The worst of the rain is certainly going to the south of us at the moment.
Yeah, the rain comes from our right, so we can't see in this gazebo. We got a score box next to us as well.
A key thing is that any rain is just a light shower, because obviously that would threaten this ground if it was heavy.
Crane to Lawrence, he's driven that, he's hit that in the air, hit it hard, but that's a fantastic shot. That's 1 bounce 4, and that's gone over the top of mid-off and mid-on. I don't think they'll mind that though, Hampshire.
No, looking to be aggressive, looking to just try and force the pace a bit. He's had a slightly tricky start to the innings, so Essex looking for bonus points here, to say that really forcing Middlesex to win their game, because I think all things being equal, if Middlesex and Essex both draw, with Essex with bonus points to add, already the gap is 18 points. It's about to be 19. It's really going to make it tricky for Middlesex going into that final game.
Lawrence moves to 6.
You'd have to win and hope Essex get virtually no bonus points at all.
There's Crane bowls again. This time he's gone out onto the onside. That will land safely. There is a man out there. Ryan Stevenson does really well there coming round, and Kane does the tidying up, but that's a fantastic bit of fielding out there from Ryan Stevenson on the rope. That was aerial, but safe.
Yeah, he wasn't quite sure where it was, but he did a jolly good job to actually stop it down in front of us, and just parried it, and it looked like it was going to just run into the rope, but it didn't. Which allowed Kane to get across and to
that's Essex 200 as well. First bonus point for Essex.
Takes Essex along to 62 points. And say, if this is a draw, I think the key thing is going to be if there's a winner in that game at Canterbury, and that might just pressure Essex into having to beat Middlesex. We'll have to wait and see on that, but it still could be a very interesting end to the group. But certainly Essex in pole position at the moment.
Yeah, they got a fantastic side though, haven't they? And as you said earlier, having not lost any of their players to that England bubble, they have full strength throughout this competition.
Hampshire on 46, so the gap is actually where it was at the start in terms of these two sides, but Kent have gone to 48 with 3 batting points and 3 bowling points, having bowled Surrey out this morning. Middlesex on 43. So at the moment Hampshire in between Kent and Middlesex, but Kent and Hampshire in the last round at Canterbury.
It is Fuller coming to the attack here at Arundel.
Yeah, in fact, was that the last over? When was the hat trick, Dave? Was it right at the end of the game, or was it? No, it wasn't. So it's not the last over we bowled, but yeah, that's here he is. He's bowling to Lawrence, and Lawrence just goes back into his crease and steers up towards cover, and there's no run. So uninterrupted play. There's some lovely blue sky looking away to our right. In fact, it's sort of, yeah, I think we're still okay. There's a little bit of darker cloud around, but I'd say if there was a little bit of light rain in the air, it seems to have gone. So I think we're okay for a while. As I say, not a very good forecast for Thursday, and certainly the first game at Chelmsford in the T20. So anything this week is going to be a bonus, I think.
Such a shame, isn't it? Just as cricket starts, the weather changes.
Fuller up to the wicket, bowls and off the back foot. Good shot from Lawrence. That's going to be 4, I think. It's going up to the extra cover boundary. It won't be cut off. Beautiful back foot drive. Just went back. He's had a slightly tricky start to the innings. Could have been stumped, but he's hit 2 fine strokes for 4 and 3 off Crane. And that was a lovely back foot force through the covers. And Dan Lawrence starting to get moving here. And as I say, very good for Essex to see him back in the side. And I think good for Dan Lawrence personally to be playing some cricket after this tricky summer in terms of waiting in the wings for a chance that never came in the England side. And moving along quite nicely now. Got along to 205 205 for 3.
Salt in Hampshire's wounds, that.
As full of bowls, and Lawrence miscues a drive here. He was trying to play a similar shot, but he completely miscued that. It's just rolled up into the offside, and there is no run. So are you enjoying this impromptu format, Emily? I was just talking to Kevin about it as to whether I'm sure they'll go back to the 2-division championship next year, but whether they might consider this sort of format, maybe in non-regional groups but seeded, and then maybe playoffs. If the 100 happens, you could have then playoffs after the 100. What have you thought of it?
Yeah, no, I think it's worked really well in the situation that we've had.
Yeah, it's certainly better than nothing, which looked a possibility at one point. It's full of bowls, and Lawrence just comes forward and steers to backward point, and there's no run. But it's been a good format because you don't even guaranteed a place in the final even if you win your group. So it's been keeping an eye on the other groups as well, and you can see. There's a possible format there where you have non-regional seeded groups and you play the group games before most of them before the T20 Blast and the 100, so you then have a draw for whatever playoffs happen towards the end of the season, so everybody knows when they're going to have home games. The tricky bit, I guess, is keeping all the sides involved. Whether you just have like a knockout element, but that means that a lot of the sides won't be involved in September, and I think the ECB want to avoid that. It's full of bowls, and it's a pill for LBW. It's a long way down, and not surprisingly, it's not out. He was advancing down the track. He's not quite got that shot right so far, Dan Lawrence, trying to hit the ball through mid-wicket by moving down the pitch and across. But again, he's missed out on the stroke there, and again there was a shout of LBW, but he was an awful long way down the pitch to that one.
Yeah, you can see he's a man of confidence when you're walking down the pitch, advancing to seam bowlers, and he's done that, as you said, many times. He hasn't got it right yet, but I'm sure Lawrence will be dangerous should he spend some more time at the crease. Still no play at Taunton due to that wet outfield, as this is played nicely by Lawrence, just with an angle bat down to third man, Stevenson, and one more goes to the total. Of course, Somerset completely dominating yesterday. Gloucestershire 14 for 3, still needing, I think it's about 370 odd to win, and certainly not going to get those. But could it be that Somerset are going to be frustrated by the weather yet again? And that's the only thing that's going to stop them, you feel, winning that group. But it could be important in terms of the two sides with the highest points from the two groups going through to the final. So it would certainly suit the likes of Essex and indeed Yorkshire and Derbyshire in the North Group if Somerset can't win that game, with Worcestershire's game looking likely to be a draw. I think Somerset have looked good though, haven't they? Well, their bowling is just their bowling is really just far too. I mean, they've got the full strength bowling side out, and it's just too strong. I mean, but I think Essex just about deserved to win the championship last year, Emily. I think all told, but Somerset obviously had their moments and were very impressive. In comes Crane to Lawrence as he bowls, turned away into the onside. Nice shot that by Lawrence. I think about 2 hit, but that's well fielded by Harry Kane. Quick to the ball. What it's showing is the likes of Gloucestershire, who are now going to be in Division 1 next year, how much further they've got to step up to compete, with Somerset. I think they lost to Somerset quite heavily in a pre-season game as well. So how much they've got to step up in order to try and compete against their local rivals in 4-day cricket. Quite a long way behind at the moment. There's Mason Crane bowls to Salas to Cook, who's 109 not out, and that's turned away into the onside, no run. Finds Tom Alsop there at mid-wicket, 207 for 3 Essex. And you're going to be at Chelmsford before I'm next at... well, actually, I'm there on Thursday, and you're there Saturday, so I'm hoping you get better weather. I think the forecast is a bit better towards the weekend. Are you looking forward to the T20 Blast competition? As Crane bowls to Cook, and that's turned nicely square of the wicket into the onside. Score moves to 208. Cook to 110. Yeah, I'm not certain we need quarter-finals this year. I'm not certain what the ECB are thinking of with the way they're ending the tournament, with the quarter-finals on the Thursday and the reserve day, and then the final 3 matches in a day in October. That sounds quite... They got away with it last year because it was a beautiful day for finals day, around about September the 20th. But I can see it going horribly wrong this year, and they could drag into a second day. So I'm not sure we need the quarterfinals, honestly, this year. But they've obviously kept to a simple format, same groups. Yeah. Although it doesn't matter, does it? The light as Crane bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, would be no run. Fielded well by Tom Alsop. Playing mid-afternoon. I'd rather they'd had
home semi-finals and a standalone final this year, but they do love their finals day format. And even if they play it in November, they'll still stick to the same format of 3 games. But I think a standalone final would have been quite nice this year with the crowd.
As Crane bowls to Lawrence, that's pushed to Tom Alsop again, who's busy in there to Mason Crane.
Because I just have this vision of talking to the government saying we'd like to have spectators please for our T20 finals day, and the government saying, well, when will you know who the finalists are? Well, by about 8 o'clock the previous evening, because of course if the quarter-finals go into a reserve day, it's going to be pretty late.
In comes Crane to Lawrence, who's gone down the ground again, and that will be 6 runs. That's a fantastic shot by Lawrence, lifted over the top of the skipper Sam Northeast at mid-on. Never in danger. Slightly too full there from Crane.
Yeah, it might be that Mason Crane gets a little spell out of the attack because Lawrence is taking a liking to him. Obviously, he very nearly got Lawrence right at the start, but that's proved to be it was a miss from his point of view, wasn't it? With the front foot no ball, and it's certainly something that has counted against Hampshire this morning because they could have seen the back of Lawrence very cheaply. And as it is, he's starting to find his range of strokes and looking very good. 214 for 3. He's gone to 21 not out. And looking in fine touch.
Looks like Crane's going off the field here as well.
Yeah.
And the sub-fielder coming on, and as you said, could see him out of the attack. James.
Yeah, he's done a good job. It's been good to see him. Getting, obviously, with Dawson not available. Crane getting more of a run out in the 4-day game, and it would have been a good scarf for him to have got down Lawrence this morning, but it wasn't to be.
214 for 3 Essex. Alistair Cook 110. Just being kept quiet at the other end really at the moment, and Lawrence taking the lead, but the man still there.
Interestingly bad light at the Aegeus. Good light here actually. We've got more blue sky than any point so far. Pakistan 41 without loss, 269 behind, and well, it's interesting actually. As Fuller comes round the wicket and bowls, and this is driven by Cook, a slice drive, not where he's intending. It's gone down on the bounce into the gully, and there's no run. I see the 2 normal openers are opening, and I thought, now this is an interesting one because I thought Azhar Ali, who was their number 3 with 141 not out in the first innings, came out to bat in the second. Obviously they didn't face a ball, but obviously though he's allowed not to open the innings because he hasn't faced a ball. It was interesting that. So I more or less assumed he was out there, but he's not. It's the normal openers, Masood and Nabeed. So he's waiting his turn. He's probably quite pleased the openers have got some runs for once. As here's Fuller bowling, and that's squeezed down between second slip and gully, probably going for 4 down to the third man boundary. And Cook there controlling that stroke, just a little late dab down into the ground and just steering it between second slip and gully for 4, and the run's just starting to flow a little bit here for Essex, who will have to take a decision, I suppose, as to how many do they think there's a realistic chance of winning. Looking at the forecast, how many runs do they think they want? I've got a feeling they'll also have to think about this 200 follow-on mark, which I don't like, Emily. I have to be honest. I think it's an unnecessary bit of administration. Just let the captains decide based on the situation of the game and the bowler's workload, because that is something else they'll have to factor in.
Yeah, I think what have Essex got to lose? But then
no, certainly want to get 350, I think, as Fuller bowls, and the leg glance for 4 more, I think, by Cook. It's being chased around the boundary. It is 4. That's very, very fine, but just a delicate little stroke. So suddenly the run's really coming with a torrent in the last couple of overs, with Lawrence taking a liking to Mason Crane, and now Cook playing backward of square, 2 strokes, 1 between second slip and gully, 1 down to fine leg, but both pretty nicely controlled, it has to be said. And suddenly we've got Essex very much on the move here and making life more difficult for Dave Allen, our scorer, who's having to update things a lot more frequently than he was hitherto. 2-2-2 for 3, and Cook 114 at the moment.
Yeah, I think Fuller
118.
I think Fuller hasn't got his line right here.
No, he's didn't want to go down leg side as he has, and he's gone on to middle and leg here, and Cook's able to punch it out towards deep mid wicket for a single. So we've got a deep mid wicket on the boundary and a long leg. So certainly more defensive field placings here for Hampshire. And 2-3 for 3 with Cook on 119. Lawrence on 21, and the man out this morning was Jemmy Porter, the night watchman, who was LBW to Stevenson for 8, and the score was 171. So these two have now put on 52 for the 4th wicket. And Essex, it was a tough struggle against Sussex, has to be said, but they have looked the side with the players in this group as Lawrence comes down the pitch and drives up towards mid-on. There's no run. They beat Surrey pretty comfortably at Chelmsford. A huge gulf between the sides, really, in terms of experience. Surrey's bowling very, very understrength and very inexperienced. Sort of a bit of a standing start against Kent. They had a very poor first day, but then got into gear and won the game from there. But still be hopeful if we do get a full day here, Essex, that there's just a chance of they would effectively really be sealing their place, I think, in the final if they win this group. This is pulled away by Lawrence, and the good-looking shot, the short ball from Fuller, who's not bowling particularly well, and it goes away to deep mid-wicket for 4. So very expensive over that, because we had the 2 4s to Cook, and then Lawrence at the end of the over with a 4 through mid-wicket. And I'll say the runs coming at quite a torrent there. 227 for 3 now.
Yeah, just inconsistent really from Fuller, and that's what he did so well in the last game for Hampshire. He just managed to get his line right and trouble the batsman regularly, whereas today just seems to not be getting his line right, but then his length as well. So Fuller will need to change that. We're going to have a change of bowling from this Park End. Brad Will coming into the attack. First time we'd have seen him today. 227 for 3.
I think if Essex win this game, and certainly the other games are draws, it probably, with the bonus points they're going to get, means that they would just need most a handful of bonus points in the last game. So it's a long way to win this game from here, but they've had a very positive second hour, I think, after perhaps a little bit slow in the first. But 227 for 3, and Dan Lawrence has really made a difference after a slightly slow start himself. He's done extremely well, and taking a liking to Crane.
It's hard, isn't it, as well, in this country? Do you rely on the weather forecast? Because
it seems fairly. I mean, I think that they'll want Hampshire batting in the final session, but then it's this 200 follow-on market. I've got reservations about that, because it's bound to be games where it really makes a difference with the weather as it is.
So Brad Will into the attack, round the wicket to Alistair Cook bowls. That's turned into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
So Sussex are 99 for 9, and that means that they are 189 ahead of Middlesex. So Middlesex will be thinking that if the weather stays okay today, there's a chance of them winning that game, and I think they really need to win that game to sort of stay in contention for. Assuming Essex don't win this, they need to win that game to stay in contention for that last round of matches when they play at Chelmsford.
Will to Cook bowls, driven. That's a lovely shot, but will only find the skipper Sam North East. Will be no run.
But it's an interesting one, isn't it, Emily? We've got, they've tried to find a format, and people have decided we quite like the look at this. There's been some interesting games, and they like the idea of the Lord's final in September. I think it was going to be in October, but they've moved it to late September. I think it's just a question of, can you keep all 18 counties involved if you're going to have some sort of playoff system in, after the 100, late August and September? And that's the tricky thing, making the games meaningful.
Wheel to Cook bowls, driven down the ground. That's hit the stumps. That's hit Wheel's hand. Hampshire are appealing, but the umpire is not interested.
Well, sometimes it's because the umpire wasn't looking, but I think he was there, but maybe just thought the Cook was in his ground. But Wheel obviously thought he wasn't.
That was
Lawrence rather, yes.
I'll be interested to watch this back on replay. Will looks a bit bemused there, but that did hit the stumps, and after all that, it was a dot ball.
His bat wasn't grounded.
Had it have hit his hand, that probably should have been out, but
maybe you'll get a chance to see that with your instant replay there.
As I can see Wheel approaching here, driven down. Can't see from the angle, unfortunately.
Slow motion replay not available on the live stream.
Wheel to Cook, this time driven to mid-off. They think about a single, but Sam North East covers the ground quickly, and there is a replay. And I don't know if that's hit his hand or not, because the umpire stood in the way.
Ah.
so we can't see from the camera angle.
It's the best thing for the umpire to do. We can't question their judgment if they're standing in the way.
But the suggestion that Hampshire have replayed it 3 times.
Yes, they obviously think there might have been something in it.
There may have been something there. As Wheel again, top of the mark, round the wickets to Alistair Cook bowls. That's full driven this time. Lovely shot through the covers. There's no point chasing that. That's going to race over the boundary rope for 4. 4th time lucky there. Lovely shot from Alistair Cook.
Yes, obviously we're in a situation here with Hampshire having sort of a fairly depleted bowling attack. It's done well, it has to be said, in this competition. But they're up against pretty much a full strength Essex batting lineup, and it's just starting to show a little bit. But yeah, they had that chance to get rid of Lawrence early, and they could have done with that. Cook 123, 231 for 3.
Can see some Essex players in the distance. They look as if they're playing boundary bowls, all throwing to a marker. That's the beauty of these outgrounds and having no crowds, as they can do this sort of thing as Wheel bowls. That's forward in the fence from Cook, no run.
But
2-3-1 for 3.
Yeah, let's have a little.
Alistair Cook on 1-2-3.
Coming up towards lunch will be 1:10, won't it? So I'll have to nip out in about 10-12 minutes to do an update. And see you a little bit later, Emily. Nice to see you, and good luck. I'll hopefully see you later, but good luck on Saturday if not, when you're playing at Chelmsford. And just note from Dave Allenson, when Alistair Cook gets to 129, it'll be 24,000 first-class runs. That's right. Sounds an enormous amount, doesn't it? But yeah, so he's not too far away from that mark. It's an amazing tally, really. So, could be Fuller again, who was expensive last time out. Early lunch at the Aegis. Again, it's going to be 2 very long sessions in the afternoon. 41 for no wicket, Pakistan. Fuller bowls, and this is on the pads of Lawrence, who steers it away down towards deep mid wicket, and they've got a run, but 232 for 3, and certainly Essex in this second hour have been very dominant. It's going to be interesting, as I say, to see what sort of tactics they employ. They can bat for 120 overs. They've got this 200 follow-on target to think about, so they want to. I think they're going to want at least 350 and then make a decision maybe as to whether they think they can win the game, considering tomorrow's forecast. But a good haul of bonus points for Essex could go quite a long way towards sealing their top place in the group. So remember, Hampshire and Kent playing each other in the last round of fixtures at Canterbury, while Essex play Middlesex. So whatever bonus points Essex can get here in a drawn game could be quite important. Remember, they've got this useful buffer over the sides below them. It's full of bowls, and it's driven. Oh, good looking shot from Cook, but there is a sweeper out on the boundary, just the one. 233 for 3 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent, where we still have that mix of blue sky, higher cloud and slightly more threatening cloud, but with perhaps a little bit of drizzle in the air at one point, Kevin, but it was still okay. Welcome back.
Sure, yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, I was just reading a tweet here, which I don't think... have you read it out?
Not yet.
Have you seen it?
No.
I love it. Absolutely love this. I'll save it for a moment.
So here's Fuller. Oh, doesn't he remind me of Mike Hendrick as he's bowling in there as he bowls, and that's driven up towards cover, and there's no run, just the hairstyle. Maybe the fact he hasn't cut it. But Mike Hendrick goes right through your mind when you see that run up. 233 for 3.
What a bowler he was.
Yes, unlucky. Always regarded as very unlucky, of course.
Was he Derbyshire?
Yes, and of course
England.
was part of the England side, set up for a long time. What, late 70s, early 80s? Notts as well. Cool. Yeah. No play before lunch. Wet outfield at Taunton. Be a lot of concern there. Just the one slip in, And we've only got 4 men saving 1, and here's Lawrence playing it into a gap in the covers, possibly for 2. It's going out towards extra cover with deep cover running round, just the 1 run though. But Lawrence, after that early reprieve, has played very well, Kevin.
Yes, he has, yeah. Just that 1 rush of blood, but he's a class player, isn't he? Good player, averaging, 37 first-class cricket. Once you get over 35, you're in the serious player category, aren't you?
Suddenly found his route into the England side. He's just obviously been made that more difficult, but he's just got to keep thinking that there will be players with injuries, and he's got to make sure that he's right up there in contention to slot into one of those middle order positions if someone goes down. And who knows, he might yet get a tour place, of course. Here's Fuller going round the wicket, bowling to Cook, and Cook drives pleasantly again out to a sweeper for a single. 235 for 3.
Right. I thought that was the end of the over there for a minute. Yeah. I literally, this is probably the best tweet I think I've ever received in all the years that I've done cricket, and I implore you to have a listen when I read it out at the end of the over.
Well, it's building it up.
It is. Oh, it's worth it. It's well worth it.
125 for Cook and 27 to Lawrence. These two came together when the score was 171, when Porter, a night watchman who did his job, got to 8. It was LBW to Ryan Stevenson. And then perhaps the moment of the morning for Hampshire was where, Crane all but got Lawrence, but it was a front foot no balls stumping and rush of blood from Lawrence. But he's celebrated that reprieve by getting after Crane, sort of forcing him out of the attack. And if Crane's back on, actually, did go off, didn't he? So see if he's come back on. But certainly Lawrence getting the better of him. And it's 235 for 3 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Solent as Fuller bowls, and Lawrence plays to mid-wicket, just going again across his crease. He's been looking for that stroke away through mid-wicket, got it once or twice. That one he just checked out of a little bit and just played it without much force, but he'll be pleased with the way it's going, and indeed Alistair Cook as well. And Essex have got the 1 batting point, and they've got power to add here. Plenty of time left in the innings. 235 for 3.
Right, here we go. This is great because there's a hygiene break, so this gives me even more time to build this tweet up. Right, this is coming from James at Solent Sport and at Essex Cricket. He goes by at 6 in the can. Here we go. Kevin James, and he's actually got my first name right, so I'll give him some credit. Kevin James, he says, most biased of BBC local commentators. A very tough listen indeed. He loves to slate New Writtle Street. I just remind him that all of our current team have won as many county championships in their careers as Hampshire have done in their entire history. That is a tweet that will live long in the memory. Not mine, but I'm sure it will somewhere.
That's pretty much an average tweet, isn't it? The tweet though for a Hampshire Essex game, particularly when it's at Chelmsford. But we're not even at Chelmsford now. So
I love that, James. Listen, I love tweets like that, seriously, and I'm not joking.
God, you should have seen how our colleague Mr. Mark Church, the garden cricketer, of course, from earlier in the season, reacted when it was suggested that England's openers were batting too slowly. It was a half-hour response. It was the whole of a half-hour commentary session was spent rebutting it. But even actually, the way that Zach Crawley, they've got to keep Zach Crawley in the side and fit everybody in. That partnership may yet be broken up, but I think it has done pretty well.
That's for sure. Nick, you'll enjoy this tweet as well. This is a picture that I put on our Twitter feed at Solent Sport earlier. This is, I won't mention the name of the publication, Nick. Have a look at that. Have a read of that. Don't actually say anything out loud.
Right, yes.
You've probably seen this, you've probably heard of this already. There's the headline. Right, so I basically put a picture just before the start of play at 11 o'clock. A paper had published an article saying that what they meant to say was that Arundel Castle had played host to Hampshire this week, but it actually put Andover Castle Cricket Club. Here's Brad Wheel then round the wicket, bowling to Sir Alistair, and that's turned away down to fine leg. 236 for 3 with that single. And Andover Cricket Club have actually tweeted at Solent Sport, and they've said, amazing how different our ground looks from the sky, because obviously it was a picture of Arundel Castle and the surrounding Arundel and the club ground, and that's quite. I love that tweet. Thank you from Andover Cricket Club.
Well, I think Andover Cricket Club was probably somewhere in Hampshire's list of where to play at home this season. If Arundel hadn't been able to, it's probably somewhere in the list, because at least I suppose is it a reasonable commute for you from here, or is it or an unreasonable
it's about
one?
50 minutes.
Yeah, so it's okay for 2 months, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I do a mixture of sort of staying and travelling
Yeah.
because otherwise you can get a lot. You know what it's like sometimes
Yes.
at the end of the day. That's driven up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Sam northeast. Lawrence is facing. Yeah, it's when you're doing all your interviews and cutting things up. I mean, I was here till God knows what time last night. So, but yeah, I've done a mixture of travelling backwards and forwards.
Yes, I know that some of our press colleagues have been daily commuting from Essex to both Hove and here. It's quite a big ask.
Cool.
But I suppose only for 2 games.
Yeah.
But it just shows you're going to have hotels involved at some point.
Here comes Wheel again, and Lawrence drives pleasantly, but finds Fuller at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yes, of course, and, I suppose there's one thought: we'll try and play it so that everyone can travel in a day, but it's just impossible. And of course, Durham playing in the Midlands or vice versa, it's just the ultimate example of that, isn't it? So, but yeah, they've done a great job to get this competition on, and the weather in August has been a bit variable. 6-day heat wave, extreme heat wave, and a bit of rain around since.
Brad Wheel in the sunshine here at Arundel Castle, not Andover Castle, as that's driven out on the leg side. It's gone quite quickly actually to deep square leg where Ian Holland does the fielding. 237 for 3. You were saying earlier actually just before we sort of departed as a duo that you quite like this competition, don't you?
I just think it's worked pretty well. What I don't like, and I'm not convinced about the 10-team Division 1 with the non-symmetrical element to it. I know people say, we used to be non-symmetrical back in the day where but I think you're looking at your fixture list and seeing who haven't you got twice, or if you've got Essex and Somerset, for example, have you got them at home rather than away?
Yeah. No, I agree. Here's Brad Wheel, and Mr. Cook pushes that out square on the offside. Quickly in this Holland, no run.
I don't think they'll do anything immediate, but it's just showing this sort of format could work, ending with a final, in that you could play 10 games before the T20 and then you've got 100. If you've got the 100 afterwards, I still think the ECB have got no idea what to do with county cricket during the 100. Answers on a postcard, please. But you could play 10 of these games, have a natural break, do the draws for the later stages so that everybody knows, the groundsmen know when they've got to prepare pitches, and then you could have perhaps a knockout phase in late August, early September, and a final. But the trick is involving all 18 counties. Yeah, that's the trick.
It is, isn't it? Here's Wheel again, and Cook drives. Wheel half fields. Oh, he's hit the stumps this time. Now, is he out, Darren Lawrence? Is he out of his ground? No, says Billy Taylor. And that's the second time that's happened. That was an obvious hitting of the hand this time from Brad Wheel, even from this distance. And now there was a reaction there, I think, from one of the Hampshire boys who was fairly square on. I actually thought
Emily
that might
thinks
have been
it's out. Emily thinks it's out, and she's not square on, but she's got a good enough view to get that out. And obviously, it's interesting that should happen twice in the morning. But Hampshire will feel a little bit. Well, I suppose a no ball is something that you've got to blame yourself for. But they've had 1 or 2 chances to break this partnership in unorthodox fashion, and it hasn't quite happened.
Now, I'll tell you what, I've just watched that on the live feed. Now, I know it's straight up and down. I would say if I have to give the benefit of the doubt, it would be to the batsman. But that's not conclusive by any stretch of the imagination.
So, early lunch at the Ageas Bowl, as we mentioned. 41 for no wicket for Pakistan. So Jimmy's still stuck on 598. I'm going to head off in a moment or two to do this delivery, perhaps. Kevin,
sure.
Got to do of course, we've got to remember that lunch is not going to be till 1:10 past 1. 237 for 3. And here's Fuller coming into bowl to the right-handed Lawrence, and Lawrence plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run again, just going across his crease, and looked very good after a slightly uncertain start. 28 not out now, Cook on 126, and it's been a very good partnership, and it's come in quite good time. The overall scoring rate is still only just over 3. I think they were quite slow in the first hour this morning, weren't they? Yeah. Started off briskly, slowed down as Hampshire bowled perhaps more accurately in the second spell yesterday. And then after a slowish start this morning, there's been some genuine acceleration. But these are useful points that Essex are getting. We expect this to be a draw, but any points that they get here are just going to extend the lead on the challenging counties. It's Fuller bowls again, and that's run down off, I think, just about deliberate, through where sort of second slip would have been, down to third man Wheel, and he gets a single there. Lawrence goes to 238 for 3.
Thanks very much, Nick. Going off to update those good folk of Essex. That's the one that tweeted me. So 2:38 for 3. Got a couple of tweets here. Joel at Solent Sports says, a few years ago a Hampshire side came to Andover Cricket Club to play a T20 for Jimmy Adams' benefit year. Feeder Ledwards opened the batting for Hampshire. Andover won. Well done, Andover. Nice club, actually. Club been up there a couple of times. Not for a while, though. Fuller round the wicket to Alistair Cook, and bowls. Cook drives off the back foot, and it's half stopped at point. It's well fielded, actually. Brad Wheel, that is, doing a good piece of fielding. That's not Brad Wheel, is it? I'm trying to work out who that is. That must be a sub. Oh, no, it's Mason Crane. Tell a lie. Mason Crane, the fielder. That's not this. No, it's Ian Holland. Tell a lie. It's Ian Holland. Long way out there. Jeff Leonard at Solent Sports says, Kev, your biased correspondent has clearly never heard Bob Hunt commentate on Gloucestershire. That's right. Bob Hunt loves the Shire. Good bloke, Bob, though. But yes, he's a bit one-sided, to say the least. There's a nice cut shot down towards third man. Joe Weatherly's down there in the deep, away to our left. 239 for 3, and Alistair Cook moves on to 127. Chancellors today. Alistair Cook started the day on 75 not out. As Emily mentioned, actually, and I'd forgotten, gave that chance on 67 yesterday evening. Cut off Fuller, went in between, directly bisected keeper and first slip. Alistair Cook's 127 at the moment. He's 2 runs away from a milestone. I'll come to that in a moment. Oh, Emily's going to come and join me for a few minutes. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Heard you talking to yourself and felt sorry for you, Kev.
I know.
I'd hate for you to be too biased as well.
First sign of madness. Yeah, you're with a biased commentator, remember. That's turned away square on the offside. Single to Lawrence. Now, what's umpiring Gould signalling? He's not signalling...
No ball.
No ball. Is he signalling no ball? Yes, he is. Oh, that's a high arm. I mean, normally it's horizontal. He's almost up.
45 degrees, isn't it?
Wasn't it? Yeah. I thought he was doing some exercises there.
What did you think to that second run out?
That looked close. I must admit, when I looked at... listen, the live stream's difficult because it's straight up and down, isn't it? Well, personally, I would have given the benefit to the batsman. What do you reckon? You reckon it's out, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that too biased?
No.
The first one, I thought... had he got a hand to it, that first one, he was miles out, but you couldn't see because the umpire was stood in the way.
Full of bowls, and Cook off the back foot steers in up to extra cover. Out of the 2, which looked more out for you?
Well, it's hard to say because I couldn't 100% see whether Wheel got a hand to it this end, but I had a tweet from Stephen who screenshotted the moment and said it was clearly out.
Oh right, is he?
Yeah.
Which is the second one, or the first one?
I think that's the first one. There was no doubts on the first one that he was out of his ground.
Oh, good shout. Yeah, that's
Stephen on Twitter.
I suppose in real time that's a bit difficult to see. That actually does show it, doesn't it? There you go. Difficult, of course, because that's what the umpire's seeing as well, isn't it? See, you could probably almost now with the live streams, you could say, do what they do in football. Just hang on a minute, we'll have VAR.
We can't have that to county championship.
Let's have some VAR in it. Let's have some of that.
Send it upstairs.
Yeah, it's great with football. Now you never know if a goal goes in when there's a goal. You have to wait around 5 hours to find out. We do the same here. Here's Brad Wheel, and Lawrence pushing up to mid on. Thinks about a single, but Sam North East realises and he's in quickly.
If you have VAR in cricket, 4-day games would have to go to 5, wouldn't they?
6, 7. It's got to come. I don't know. I think. I mean, how many times have we said, "Oh, if only there was a third umpire at county games"? Well, now, and especially with the T20s, where a lot of counties now are going to put in extra cameras square. There's your third umpire. Here's great shot, lifted over mid wicket, super shot there from down Lawrence. So there'll be a couple of bounces into the rope, into the embankment just in front of us. Used his feet well. 4 runs off Brad Wheel.
Yeah, I do feel Dan Lawrence is going to punish Hampshire here. That missed chance earlier from Mason Crane in the day. The stumping where, unfortunately, Crane stepped the mark. Lawrence is now going on playing his shots. Fantastic batter to watch.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? Yes, don't want to give him too many second chances, do you? 2:44 for 3 then. We'd normally be at lunch, but we're playing an extra 10 minutes. Comes down the wicket again. Slightly shorter from Will. Oh, he almost going to run Sir Alistair Cook out. Almost a yes and then a no. Alistair Cook started and then quickly turned back. Fortunately, he's got good studs. Didn't slip, got back in time.
Yeah, that was a hectic moment, that wasn't it? You don't want to be running out of Sir, surely.
No, you can't run out of Sir. I wonder if the 1950s or something like that, if you ran out of Sir in those days, that would have been the death penalty.
They wouldn't be out.
Or the Duke.
Yeah, or the Duke, yeah. Don't run out the Duke.
Onto cricket.
Here's the update
Third day
for
of
silent
Hampshire's Bob
listeners
Willis Trophy match against Essex.
on the south
Kevin
coast.
Jones is live at the
Here we go.
Arundel Castle Cricket Ground in West Sussex.
Yeah, playing an extra 10 minutes in this session to make up for the time lost over the first couple of days. 2:44 for 3. Essex having started the day 146 for 2 in their first innings. Former England captain Alistair Cook does what he's doing. Normally he's 127 not out. Dan Lawrence is 34 not out. He was stumped off a no ball off the unfortunate Mason Crane. But the one wicket this morning, Jamie Porter, the night watchman, he was out for 7. Essex 2:44 for 3 here. Live commentary right now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Thanks, Kevin.
That was punch through mid-wicket for 2 by Dan Lawrence.
More runs to Lawrence, 36. This is a useful partnership, actually. I'll have a look to see where we are on the partnership front. The Wi-Fi seems to be working slightly better today, which is good.
I don't know if Crane's back on the field as well. Just be interesting to see, because he went off towards the end of his spell with a little hobble. I don't know if it was anything. I don't know if it was frustration. So I can't see. I think he might be there at extra cover, which is good.
Here's Will. Lawrence pushing it out to mid-on and going to take a quick single to Sam North-East. That's good judgment. 2:47 for 3, and this partnership now is worth 76, I think it is. Yep, thank you very much. I got a nod from Emily of
Good
approval, and an even bigger nod of approval from Dave Allen. Thank you very much. You got an A-star in maths, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I think Crane is there at extra or at mid-wicket to Alistair Cook, so hopefully that's nothing. But he was off the field for a little while, which wouldn't be good signs for Hampshire.
No. Here's Wheel again. Sunshine out again. Here as Cook works that on the onside, and they'll jog through for a single. 2:48 for 3. Paul Williams at Solent Sport. I think he's also tweeted you, Emily. I have good memories of Andover Cricket Club when Hampshire women were crowned county champions there in 2018. Was that's where you were actually crowned champions?
Well, yeah, what a day that was. What a day.
You probably didn't see this earlier. I showed Nick, but a certain publication had this today, and I tweeted it at Solent Sport. There's obviously Arundel Castle, cricket ground around an Arundel, and there's the headline.
Andover Castle. Oh no. That is not good, is it?
Andover Castle Cricket Club. The officials here saw that, and there was a mixture of disbelief, amusement, and what have you. So I put that on Twitter feed at Silent Sport, and I said, can't remember what I put with a comment with that. It was something like, good of Andover to host Hampshire this week, and also gain a castle in the process. Didn't know Andover had a castle. It's a nice spot, but I didn't have Andover down as having a castle, did you?
No. Fuller
You can do this one.
with the ball in hand from the castle end. As he bowls to Sir Alistair Cook. That shorter delivery turned away into the onside. Come through for a single. That's 129. And that is 24,000 first-class runs for Sir Alistair Cook. We'll applaud the only crowd members here. We'll applaud. What an achievement, though. That is an awful lot of runs.
I'd like to say everybody's looking around at why we're applauding, because there's hardly anybody here. And the only ones that are in the near vicinity all know that. So I was the only one that applauded that, wasn't it? I wonder if Alistair noticed from the middle and sort of raised his bat. I didn't look at him, but did he raise his bat when I clapped?
No.
No. Yeah, well.
In comes Fuller to Dan Lawrence. Bowls. That's forward in defence. Will be no run. Fielded at extra cover by Harry Kane. 249 for 3. Alistair Cook on 129 not out. Dan Lawrence on 37 not out.
That's a lot of runs, isn't it? 24,000.
That's an awful lot.
And he still looks like he enjoys every single one of them, doesn't he? Doesn't look a chore. Doesn't look as though he's got bored.
No. I think he's played incredibly, and it's been great to watch, really. Like, you realise, I mean, he was never in doubt in my head as not a great player, but what a player he is today. It's full of bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run, fielded at points by Ian Holland.
All I heard about going into this game was how Essex have won their games because of their bowlers, or their two bowlers, Porter and Harmer, and how they can't bat. And here they are, 249 for 3.
Been
It's always
put
the way,
in as well.
Yeah, and been put in, yeah. But I don't think anybody saw that this was going to be a much slower wicket than last week's. Much slower. I mean, last week's wasn't quick, but this is what I remember
pitch.
Andover pitch being. It's hard work for the bowlers, really.
Andover.
Andover.
You said Andover.
Did I say Andover? See, I've got it mixed up now.
Fuller to Lawrence. Forward in defence again, no run. 249 for 3. No slips in play at the moment. Defensive field here, really, by Hampshire. Cover sweeper out. And a ring field on the offside.
Will we get another over in here? Might get one more over in here, won't we, before lunch?
I feel like Fuller's walking very slowly back to his mark and turning. I reckon James Fuller's hungry. As he comes in now to Lawrence. Lewis McManus, the man behind the stumps, bowled. Forward in defence, no run again. And that is still a ball to come, Kev.
No, we're all right.
I think we're good. The speed Fuller's wandering back there. It's almost like Fidel Edwards back in the Hampshire side.
It is, isn't it? And I think even Ian Gould, the umpire, I'm sure he'll work something out, wouldn't he? He's got too much experience there to make sure that we're not going to have another over. Fuller's taking ages. Oh, in fact, Sam Northeast and Fuller are having a chat at the top of his mark. Perfect.
Umpire arm out as well.
Oh, yeah. Batsman having a chat. Northeast is probably going to move somebody about 3 or 4 centimetres.
Or not at all.
Yeah. Or just moving back. They're still chatting about another field placing.
They're probably chatting about what's for lunch. Let's wait 1 minute.
Surely not another egg sandwich. Not another grab bag.
What's for Kevin James's lunch today?
I had to go to the supermarket again. Another lot of wraps.
In comes Fuller to Lawrence bowls. Forward in defence. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 249 for 3. And that is lunch.
So a good session for Essex. 129 for Alistair Cook. 37 for Darren Lawrence. Just that 1 wicket. After 46 minutes of play this morning. Jamie Porter LBW to Stevenson for 7. Essex going from 146 for 2 to 249 for 3. Still only 1 innings in this game so far. Fortunately the rain has stayed away, but I think we are in for a shower or 2 this afternoon. We'll stick around because we have to, and we'll be back at what? It's not 20 to 3, 20 to 2 now. It's what 10 to 2. Join us back then.